Good afternoon. It is Monday, January the 11th, and we are here for a board workshop. Ms. Giovanelli, are you online? Ms. Fisher, are you online?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Could you please make sure that you mute in between?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Today, I know we have a couple that will be here shortly. Today we have 4 items, increasing kindergarten readiness, agenda review, prioritize workshop topics, and invocation process. And Dr. Atkins, if you would like to start.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We would like to indulge the board for a little while. We want to talk about, can't hear me? All right, how about now?
I don't think your mic's on.
There we go.
There you go.
All right, so anyway, if you'll indulge us a few moments, we would like to really give you a comprehensive review over the one of our really big 5 and major part of our strategic plan, that is increasing kindergarten readiness. You know, we have a number of people here today. Dr. Spiro, Cindy here to my left, Dr. Burr, Tiffany Franklin, and Marlon Solano-Negron. And those folks are here to give you an update and take your questions. So at this point, is it
just
Cindy
real quick
is going to take over and run.
Just very briefly, thank
Yes.
you. Just a reminder that in an ongoing, this is an ongoing series of Envision 2030 updates. Back in October, you saw some data from last year, and as the year progresses, we are bringing you a more detailed information about each of the objectives. And today we'll be talking about increased kindergarten readiness, so kind of the story behind the data that you'll be hearing today. Dr. Spiro.
Thank you very much, Ms. McClung. I know it's probably a little late, but Happy New Year to everybody. Hope everybody had a wonderful winter break. We are really excited to have this team here in front of you today to talk about Objective 2 of Envision 2030, which is really all about increasing kindergarten readiness. And Dr. Burr, this has been her first year in this role, and so for her, this has been, a great opportunity to really dig in even deeper into the work that happens every single day with Head Start and early learning. We have 2 experts with her as well. We have our coordinator of Head Start and early learning, and that is Tiffany Franklin, as well as a coordinator for Head Start, and of course that's Marlon Solano-Negron. And Marlon is getting ready to retire soon, so she's ending her time with the school district by doing a school board presentation. So we told her we didn't want her to leave without this wonderful opportunity. So they are going to be doing the presenting today. And throughout the course of the presentation, we are going to pause and get an opportunity to answer any questions you may have as well. Dr. Burr is going to go over the agenda, and she'll show you the transition of how we're going to go through today's presentation so you can kind of get an overview of what today looks like, and so you can see when the question opportunities will present themselves. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Burr, who will begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this one on? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for inviting us here today. We are excited to share kind of the story behind Objective 2 of Envision 2030 and how we're working to reach that goal. So today we are going to, do you have the clicker? Today we are going to, there we go. We had a little technical difficulty when we were getting started, so we're still working it out. Today, this is what we're going to go over with you today. Our purpose, the purpose behind what we do every day, how we're funded.
Excuse me, Dr. Burr. Ms. McClung, are we going to have it on the screens, or are we wanting us to look up here?
They were, sorry. Jason was working to get your screens working earlier. Apparently that didn't happen, so there was a technological problem. All of your screens kept blinking, no matter where we hooked them up.
So everybody we can just go on to our board docs if we need to follow to just coincide if this, there has not been any changes.
There have not been any changes since when we received it this morning.
I'm sorry, thank you.
That's okay. So we're going to talk about funded enrollment and the sources of that funding. We're going to talk about the comprehensive services, which are really the foundation of the program, all of the things that we do support our students and families, how the program governance of Head Start works, and then our continuous improvement cycle. And we are conscious of the fact that you have combined 2 meetings into one today, and we provided a whole bunch of links and information on these slides. We may not click every link to show you just because we want to make sure that we end on time. But they're all there for your review at your leisure, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have after the fact if something that you click on gives you a question. Okay?
I'm going to stop for you for just a moment. So I didn't bring this one up. Tiffany, do you know which place you took? This does not look like the updated presentation, so I'm going to pop out of it for a minute. Did you get this from LickPeck Presentations?
It was on the screen. I didn't pull anything up.
Okay, I'm going to pull it. I'm sorry to interrupt that, but I just want to make sure that you have the right one.
So far, the board docs was coincided with what you had up there.
Okay,
I thought it was the same one, but let her make sure. We'll make sure.
we'll just make sure. Some of the colors.
There's been so many iterations of it that we want to make sure we're on the
Yeah,
final
just want to make
one.
sure we have the right one for you. Hopefully,
Thank you.
they weren't changed.
I think
That
it's
looks the same. I think maybe just the font just went off a little bit. It's fine.
All right, so there we go. So Project Head Start, as you're all aware, began in 1965 when Lyndon Johnson initiated the program to help give all students, regardless of their circumstances, a level playing field when they started kindergarten. It's designed for 3- and 4-year-olds to prepare them for kindergarten. Lee County was one of the original grantees for Head Start, and we've operated continuously in this capacity since 1965. In 1994, the Early Head Start program was created to address infants and toddlers before they qualified for the Head Start program. Although it started in 2000, it started with a very small number of districts as a pilot program. So when it was opened up to all counties, then we applied and we received that designation in 2000 and have operated continuously in that program as well. And then in 2014, Congress allocated money for Early Head Start child care partnerships so that we could help ensure that all children, whether they were in our program or any programs that provide early childhood services to them, were receiving a high quality learning environment. All right, so our purpose is to serve the most at-risk families in our community, and we've talked about that with the board previously in some of our other presentations. These families are identified through our own self-assessments, which you'll hear about in more detail as we go through, as well as the community needs assessment and our own recruiting efforts. The criteria could be different in every community served based on what's the circumstances within the community. That's why the needs assessment is so critical to this. We promote school readiness by providing high-quality programs and wraparound services to support the whole child. It's important that they have the support in every area that they need it so they can be successful. But we also support the families themselves to develop self-sufficiency skills so that they can become their child's best advocate and educator as well. We're going to go into each of those purposes as we go through the presentation. Now, our funding sources for infants and toddlers, that's birth to age 3. Early Head Start funds us with 88 seats. My contacts are blinking the wrong way. Early Head Start has 88 seats that we're funded for. And the CCP partnership has 72. We also receive funding for the LAMP babies who may be enrolled, if their mothers are enrolled in the program. And inclusion funding takes care of 10% of our enrollment, and that is a Head Start requirement that we include 10% of our population as students with disabilities. For the pre-K classrooms, we are funded with 720 Head Start seats. We also receive voluntary pre-K, pre-kindergarten programs, VPK vouchers, and that varies depending on the number of parents who take advantage of that each year. And we commingle those funding sources so that, because VPK only funds 3 hours of instruction per day for children, and we want all children to have access to a full day. So by mixing the Head Start and the VPK students in the same classrooms, we'll be able to provide a full day of instruction for all students in that program. The district also funds us for 36 migrant students and 72 Title I students. And again, that inclusion 10% meets the Head Start requirements that we are serving at least 10% of the students in our program as students with disabilities. Next up, Tiffany Franklin, who is our coordinator for teaching and learning, is going to talk about our education and child development programs.
Hi, thank you for letting us come today and listen to our little spiel. I want to be able to give you guys a little bit of information on how the comprehensive services we provide in education, health, and social services help us to meet the district's Envision 2030 goals, as well as support families in learning how to be their child's first and best teacher, as Dr. Burr said, and then ensuring that all kids are ready for kindergarten.
Ms. Franklin, could you push your microphone a little closer? We're having trouble hearing you. Thank you.
Is that better? Okay.
Thank you.
And so we'll start then with Goal 1 of Objective 2. Goal 1 is to increase the percentage of pre-K students identified as prepared for kindergarten to at least 50% by June 30 of 2021. Currently, we sit at 41%, and so, of course, our goal is to increase that. And we've done quite a few things, and we'll talk a little bit later about some of the other things that we've done, but this is the newest thing that we're pretty excited about to be able to participate. So we have been selected to collaborate with the Office of Early Learning to participate in a VPK, or Voluntary Pre-Kindergarten Progress Monitoring Pilot. Say that 3 times fast. And what that does is, in addition to administering the paper-based version of the VPK, we'll also have the opportunity this year to participate in administering the electronic version, so through the computer. With that, the Office of Early Learning is providing us some professional development for administrators and for teachers, as well as for each classroom, we'll get a Chromebook, headphones, mice, whatever it is that they need to be able to successfully implement that program. And so we're hoping, since one of our measures for how kids do in increasing this number is that early start assessment that's typically given in the first 30 days of kindergarten, we'll have a way that we're tracking them from pre-K through kindergarten, and then our teachers in pre-K and the teachers in kindergarten are using the same tool, and so the information we have regarding whether or not kids are ready, we hope there's some consistency there. Okay. And then for Goal 2 is increasing the percentage of student growth on VPK assessment to at least 84% in all areas by June of 2021. We'll look a little bit later at our data for VPK and what that looks like, where we sit now and what things we're doing to bring up our scores to meet this number here. But in addition to the data that teachers have for the VPK assessment, we use a variety of screening and assessment measures. And this way, teachers can be sure they're tailoring the activities they provide in the classroom to all the needs that the students present with, regardless of the developmental area. Okay? So the first area there we have is a socio-emotional screener, and we use DECA, which is the Devereaux Early Childhood Assessment. And Cindy, if you will, that should be the first link there.
Nope.
Okay, and then scroll down. We're going to go to a colored page. There's a colored page there. And we might have to flip it. There you go. That one, yeah. Okay. So this would be a report that a teacher gives out. So they, when kids are enrolled in the program,
Page
teachers
8.
have,
Page 8, if you're looking for it. Sorry.
oh, no, that's okay. When kids are enrolled in the program, teachers have conversations with the families about where children are and what they perceive their needs to be. And then within the first 45 days, teachers also are observing children and looking at what kind of needs they have. So they put this information into the assessment system, which then gives them this report. And so by looking at it at a quick glance, the colors tell them exactly where it is children are succeeding and then what needs children might have. And this way, teachers plan in a strength-based way. So they look at where kids are excelling and what skills they have, and then plan for the needs that they have. So on this particular report, if a child is in blue, that means they're right on track as far as the age or development. For the green, it means they're excelling in that area, and so that is a strength for that child. If it is red, it does mean that the child is showing some needs there, and so it tells the teacher to really pay attention and figure out what is it that we need to do with this child to turn that from red to blue, and then hopefully to green. Okay? So in addition to the EDECA, so in addition to that, we also have Teaching Strategies Gold, which is an assessment that assesses all areas of development, so not just the social-emotional piece or the academic areas such as science, math, and literacy, but all of the areas, including physical, cognitive, and creative, that people might not necessarily think of when they think about assessing needs for children. Okay? And if you'll click on that Teaching Strategies Gold link. And this would be a sample report that a teacher would get. So just like the other report, it tells a teacher, this is a class profile, so this would help teachers plan for children individually or plan for children as a group. So sometimes you have a group of children who need the same needs. Sometimes you might have just one child who has a need. And so in looking at this report, a teacher can quickly tell where a child is and what their needs are. So for example, across the top is all of the information about that classroom, the age of those children, and then down, number 2, down the left-hand side is the objectives that are being measured there. And then 3 across the top is the level at which the child is performing. And 4 there, you'll see they mark the green boxes. If it is a colored area, again, it is where we want children to be. It is where research says all children of this age should be here. Now, because we know that children do develop at different times, some a little slower and some a little faster, you do have children who are on the left side of that green band, which means that they have not yet mastered those, and then you have some that are on the right side who have exceeded those objectives. And so again, it helps teachers to quickly see where students are, assess the needs of the class and of individual teachers, and then to plan for those students. Okay? And then the kindergarten readiness screener, which is the paper-based version of that VPK assessment, that is given 2 times a year Typically, so the first 30 days of school and the last 30 days of school. As a program, we have decided, for the most part, that we do give it mid-year as well, and in this way, teachers can use it as a progress monitoring tool, so they can keep track of where their kids are, and at the end of the year, we're not really surprised about where we find ourselves. And so all of that information helps teachers to really be intentional about their teaching practices and what it is they're providing for students. Okay, so those intentional teaching practices and being intentional about that does help teachers to be responsive to students' needs, be sure that it is inclusive of all of the children in their class, regardless of how they present. We have children with a variety of socioeconomic, cultural, and just a variety of different backgrounds that teachers need to make sure that when they are working with their students, all of that is encompassed in what they provide to students, as well as providing an environment that is safe and nurturing for students, and where students feel safe to make a mistake, and they have opportunities to solve problems. Now, in order to make all of that come through, we provide teachers with a lot of curricula supports, okay? The first of which is creative curriculum. And creative curriculum is really a tool that helps ensures that teachers set up the environment in such a way that students are able to put things away when they need it, that they're able to find what it is they need to complete a project, that they interact with their friends, and that the things that are a part of that environment are used for learning. So it's a play-based setting in which children are provided those opportunities, like we said, to solve problems. Okay? And conscious discipline. And second step are the socio-emotional curricula that we use. Conscious discipline focuses on teachers really being able to deal with their own emotions, so it's not just for the students, but for the teachers as well to deal with their own emotions. And in this way, when they approach children to help them solve those problems, they're really present in the moment, and they approach it from a what does this child need from me perspective. And so it really gives them that partnership or that collaborative nature to be able to solve that problem. If you'll click on that link, Cindy.
Cute kid pictures. You have to see cute kid pictures when you're talking about pre-K.
So, in conscious discipline, it uses structures, routines, and really just looks at the classroom culture to make sure that it is a safe and nurturing place. So here is one of the structures used for the classroom, and it's called a safe place, okay? A safe place can be somewhere within the classroom, where you see the child here, there, or that box is for traveling. So let's say a child is out on the playground or you go on a field trip, there's always something that a child will be able to come back to and still be able to perform the same actions regardless of whether they're in their classroom or not.
That's what I'm doing right there.
So this little guy is performing what we call the balloon. And so if maybe at one point he was very upset and he was working to calm his way down, this allows them to take 3 deep breaths and then have an opportunity to talk about what it is that is upsetting them. And then once they're calm, then they're able to have those conversations. Okay. Okay. Go back. And there are some more links there. You know, like we said, we won't take you through every single one of them. And if there's any questions or anything like that, you know, feel free to ask. Here is the data piece that I said I would share with you. This is our VPK assessment data starting from FY 2016. And as you can see, it looks like in FY 17 and 18, those numbers started to decline. And so, of course, we had to ask ourselves why. And then we put some supports into place, and then those numbers started going up in FY 19. And then, unfortunately, COVID happened, FY 20, and the exam was not administered at the end of the year, so we were not able to see if that trajectory we were on would continue. Okay, so we are hoping, of course, that this year that we exceed those numbers to meet that Envision 2030 goal. Okay. And then on the next slides is when we'll talk about what kinds of things we put into place for teachers and what kinds of things we want to do moving forward. Okay. So I know this seems like a lot, and we are fortunate enough to have a pretty big team that works with our teachers. So we have 5 coaches. We have an administrator, and we have the teachers and the paraprofessionals who all work together. So one of the first supports we have is a classroom assessment and scoring system, or CLASS, which is an observation-based tool. And what happens is our coaches go into the classroom with this tool, observes the teachers, and then rates them on a scale of 1 to 7. And so taking that assessment data plus their data, their student data, they sit with the teachers and carve out a plan that may include where the teacher thinks her strengths are, where her weaknesses are, as well as what the coach has seen. And then when they make that plan, the coach comes in, does the observations, and then it's that continuous cycle of improvement. They reflect on that and they decide what needs to happen now moving forward, and so that plan might get tailored as the year goes on. Okay. And so that's that practice-based coaching system. That is a federal guideline. So we are required to not just have people go in and support teachers, but we must use a research-based coaching program. And the one that we chose is practice-based coaching, or PBC. And practice-based coaching is that continuous cycle of improvement. So throughout the year, teachers and their coaches are working together to determine what is it that the teachers need and what is it that students need to continue moving forward. Okay. And then we've also have a few tools that we modeled after some work that the academic services has done. When we saw kind of the progress or the success they were having with those, then we created some program tools. And so one of them is the walkthrough. And then the other one is the curriculum maps and the formative assessments. If you'll click on the curriculum maps, Cindy. So what we realized is there was a big, in looking at the walkthroughs and even just the data from the coaches going into the classroom and doing the class tool, what we realized is there's a lot of variability in how teachers not only teach a certain objective, but how they assess it as well. And so in order to make some consistency between there, so that when we say that our kids leave ready for kindergarten, we can say to people, this is what we mean by them being ready. This is exactly what they know, and this is how we know that they know it. And so the curriculum maps and the formative assessments was our way to do that. And so teachers have the objective that they're working on and how that is tied to the state standard, and then what that looks like, what a student should know, what are the essential questions, and then at the end, the objectives are assessed there. Okay, so when we say a kid has mastered a skill, we don't have any doubt in our mind that that child has mastered that skill. Okay, we can go back. Okay. And then I talked a little bit about class on our last slide. This is kind of what that data looks like at the end. So, like I said, teachers are rated on a 7-point scale. And so a 1 to 2 means that a teacher is not showing that skill, or it's very little that she's showing that skill. A 3, 4, or a 5 means that there's a mix. Sometimes she's doing it and sometimes she's not, or he, I'm sorry. And then a 6 or a 7 means that teachers are always doing that thing. So of course, we always want everyone at a 6 or a 7. And so the areas where we are lower than that, we are working on what is it that we need to do to bring teachers up to where we'd want them to be. Now this slide, the orange and the yellow bars show where our data is right now. And so you can see for emotional support and classroom organization, we're really in the 6 range. So we're pretty happy with that. And then instructional support, we're around a 5. So that means we see it sometimes when we go in the classroom, and then sometimes we might not. Okay, so of course our goal would be to get to a 6. Now I will tell you, instructional support is a little bit harder sometimes in pre-K, just because a lot of people underestimate really what kids are capable of, and so you don't always see them pushing them to the limits where they need to be and to keep moving them forward. So of course, we're constantly supporting teachers in how to do that and what they should be looking for. Now the lines you see there, the lowest 10%, that blue line on the bottom, and then the highest 10%, which is the green, are average scores that are given out by the Office of Head Start. They use it as a tool to monitor Head Start programs. So whenever we have a monitoring visit, part of that visit involves them coming into our classrooms and using this tool. They do visit every single one of our classrooms. When they leave, we get an average score for our program. And then once they finish the entire nation, they give you an average score on what they feel encompasses the lowest 10% of those sites and then the highest 10% of those sites. If you happen to fall in that lowest 10%, it could prompt your grant to be up for what they call DRS, or a designated renewal system. And so the grant goes up for recompetition, which means it would go out like on grants.gov, and anyone who is interested in running a Head Start program could apply to get that grant. So we do take the use of that tool and really what goes on inside those classrooms very seriously, just because when they come to visit, if teachers aren't doing it all the time, it's very difficult then for them to do that once someone just comes in to watch to use the tool. So it is something that we're always cognizant of. We do use this tool on our classrooms twice a year. It used to be one, and then we decided that we wanted to make sure that what the supports we were providing was helping. And so we do it at the beginning of the year, because when Head Start comes, if we've had a classroom open for 10 days, they will use that system. So as soon as school starts, we're training up new teachers so that they understand what it needs to look like, because Head Start could come at any point, and then they would use that tool in a classroom. Sorry, that was a lot of information.
And this is the part where we want to take an opportunity to answer any questions that you might have developed.
Ms. Fisher, do you have any questions? I'm going to try to go to the people we don't see first. Miss,
I really don't have too many questions, but I wanted to say that I was very impressed with this presentation. I like the way we looked at developmental needs and the intentional teaching practices. The mentioning of the social emotional, the safe and nurturing self-place. And then one thing I thought was very important was the teacher self-evaluation, the support that is offered, and how coaching is implemented to ensure equity across the different groups. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for that. I found it very informative.
Giovanelli, are you there? Okay, I guess she.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Did you have any questions?
I don't, thank you so much.
Gittens, please.
Thank you all for being here. I have a couple of questions. One on slide 10, which was the objective 2, goal 2. And you mentioned that it was, let me get back real quick, increase the percentage of student growth on VPK assessment, at least 84%. And I don't know if I missed it. What is it at now?
Oh, right now, currently, there's another slide. Cindy, can you go back just a couple to the, here. So right now, currently, FY20 COVID happened, and so the last time we administered the assessment was in January of 20. And so we don't really have end of the year data. So the very last time that we have end of the year data was the end of FY19. And so you see there the areas that are measured are print knowledge, phonological awareness, mathematics, and oral language. So the green tells us where we ended in 2019. So for print knowledge, we were at 86%. For phonological awareness at 73, mathematics 79, and then oral language is 78%.
So when you say that's where we ended, using the data that we had pre-COVID, that's where you were at?
Yes.
And then the blue line is that where you are now?
No, it is where we started during COVID year, really, or where we ended up, but it was mid-year. Does that make sense? So, okay, the green was, the test was administered in June of
Right.
2019. And the last time that blue assessment was
okay,
submitted
2019,
was
I get
in January of 20.
Yeah, I'm a year off there. Okay. And the same slide, 13. I guess I'm wondering the validity of our scores without an assessment. In other words, you know, we're using, just like in the other classes, we're using where the students were in the second, third quarter as our assessment.
Right.
How valid do you think, you know, that is it, are we going to see a major change
Yeah.
once they do get assessed?
You know, I will tell you that, you know, we do hope that all of the supports that we've put into place and all the new things that we're doing will support an increase in those scores. You know, where we're at a little bit of a disadvantage is our kids have 1 year. So it's not like, a kid can be followed from kindergarten, first grade, second grade, or whatever, so that they can see, you know, how kids are doing, let's say on Early Star. But, you know, really we have one shot with our kids, 1 year that they get to take advantage of the funding, and 1 year that they get the supports in our classroom. And so our goal really is to make sure that not only do they feel safe, but they have the opportunity to grow as much as they can in that school year. So do we believe that it's valid? Yes. Do we think that we can do it? Yes. We have faith in what the teachers are doing, what the coaches are doing, and just the work that we do every single day.
And the last question is on that slide 15, and it is about instructional support. And I just want to make sure I understand what you said on that last column. So as of FY20, the instructional support was at the 4 level. And then in 21, is that the goal?
The numbers there you see are the highest and lowest 10%, the national averages from the Office of Head Start. Our instructional support at oh yeah, you're right, it was at 4. And so coming into like I said, we do it twice a year. So these are taken from the beginning of the year, FY20, and the beginning of the year, FY21, where we stand.
So okay, I'm just trying to make sure I understand it. So with going from the 4 to the 5.
Well, what we hope is that the work that we did with teachers last year, so if we had new teachers taking part in that practice-based coaching, any professional development opportunities that we had, that those are what contribute to the increase of that score.
So this is a projection that you would be at 5?
No, this was our actual scores this year.
At the beginning of the year.
Oh, the beginning, okay.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah, I guess, I don't know, when I look at VPK and pre-K and all that, you just would hope that some of them that are coming in that have no help, at home or haven't been pushed at all, that we should technically be able to see some vast improvements.
Yeah, well, if I don't have it here, but, we would be more than happy to share it, I'm sure. If you see the data where our kids come in, as far as the data that you're seeing for VPK is where they leave us. If you were to see it when they come in, there's almost no color on the graph.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what, if people see that, then maybe that also helps to parents and community to try to get the kids in as much as possible, because it's valid. Look, we went from this to this in just a year. So, okay, thank you.
So that data's not there, but yes, you're right.
Ms.
Thank you.
Patrica?
So, Dr. Atkins, I think you talk about this quite a bit. 41% of our students are kindergarten ready. How do we compare across the state?
Well, we are one of the lowest.
Dr. Atkins.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you want to answer that, Dr. Atkins, or do you want us to take it?
Well, I'll just say, I'll let you correct me. Okay. So yeah, when we looked at this data, we were one of the lowest in the state. And then if you look at really the larger districts, I mean, again, you kind of fall in that same category. So it was really these rural districts, small rural districts were the ones that were scoring lower than we were. Now, as I've since learned from Dr. Spiro, there's a little bit of convoluting factors in terms of how we test and when we test, so we may be a little bit higher than those initial numbers were. But it's still an issue that I think is worth us putting resources toward, because your kids, that's where the gap starts. When you talk about the achievement gaps, is it starts literally as they come into kindergarten, and you see those gaps really have a great deal of difficulty closing when they start at such a large level. The other place is over the course of the summer, which is another one of our goals, obviously, is where you see those gaps continue to widen. So we can go ahead and take the rest of it for me if you
No,
would.
that's great. I don't know if you've seen I understand that there's an article today in the news press about the James Stevens International Academy opening, and the reporter in there quoted that this year there's another county that's tied with us, and then there are 4 below the 2 of us in the entire state of Florida. So we're down there, and we recognize that, and that's why so much support has been put into helping the teachers to be better teachers, to be prepared to help the kids take them from where they are and move them as far along the continuum as we can in the year that we have them with us.
All right, and then as you look at early Head Start, it said we're funded for 88 seats. What's the actual demand?
Well, in a normal year, we have a waiting list that is pretty extensive. This year, we do not have a waiting list, or we have, Marlon can probably speak to that quicker than I can. On the early Head Start, we're extremely below where we would normally, well, no, not extremely, the waiting list is low. But go ahead if you could, and if you want to answer that for
Honestly,
her.
I don't think I brought wait list numbers
Okay.
with me, but we do have a healthy wait list for early Head Start.
34. You gave us 34.
Right, they're in the 30s, 34 and maybe 32 for Child Care Partnership, and then I believe in the 60s for the Head Start program. Is that correct? For the last
38.
numbers,
38 for Head Start.
Okay, so Dr. Atkins, or maybe it was one of you that just mentioned resources. I think Dr. Atkins, you said resources that we're putting toward this. So the way I think about, first of all, this is the most, I think, comprehensive presentation I've been given regarding pre-K since I've been on the board. Not a criticism, just an acknowledgement. And to me, it strikes me that this is, pre-K is now considered part of our K-12 system. And that's how we're treating it. But is the state treating it that way in terms of how we're being funded? I get that we're being funded for these early Head Start seats. I get that we're being funded for the pre-K seats or the VPK seats. But what kinds of resources are we taking out of K-12 in order to fund pre-K? Does the question make sense? That's, I guess, kind of.
I'll answer it as the best I can. I think that you are seeing, like, let's look at James Stevens as an example. Those are capital resources that technically would normally be going to K-12 resources, but we really felt that why we're in this business is for academic, increasing academic outcomes for our kids, right? And I think that and then if you're looking at our capacity in some of our buildings like James Stevens, that this is a good expenditure of dollars. In terms of where the state is, that's not, that they're not looking at the capital part of it that way, in my opinion. We do utilize and this is state and federal, I think we are in alignment with, getting dollars from the state and the feds as it relates to the numbers of students that we serve, but I think it could certainly be better.
So I guess this is, like, when I look at a per pupil funding, I think about everything that's done in academic services to be paid for by that per pupil funding. It feels like with that per pupil funding, and correct me if I'm wrong, with that per pupil funding we get K-12, we're now adding teacher training for pre-K, and we're adding walkthroughs for pre-K, and we're adding screening and analysis of that data for pre-K, all into the funding we get from the state for K-12. Is that a fair?
No.
I don't know if I would characterize it that way.
I'm sorry.
I would like to speak to that. I know that most of our funding comes from the federal program Head Start.
Oh, so that includes the work that's being
Right.
done down here?
Right.
Okay, that's it. That's what I needed to understand. Very good, thank you.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so Dr. Bird talked a little bit in the beginning about what our funded enrollment was. And so for Head Start, we take a variety of sources. So that's from the federal government for Head Start. The state pays VPK, plus we might have a few fee-based children in there. So then what happens is, we mix all of that funding, so then that gives the kids a full day and pays for any of the comprehensive services that we're discussing.
That's what I needed to understand.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Vaughn, please.
Yes, actually, I'm going to add a comment that I wasn't going to say before this thread came up. I've done quite a bit of study on the importance of not only pre-K, but those first 3 years of life, actually going back to 2015, even though my career was teaching the big kids. And I'm very, very happy that this is one of our emphasized points for this school district. However, it was my turn last month, my turn from the school board to do the board op-ed, and I chose to write on this early education. And my punchlines at the end was, it's time to get our local government and more of our traditional partners involved with this. And you know, I know we work all the time with looking for partners that will have the preschool programs that are at the level that Head Start and Early Head Start demand, because so many of the preschools, even really good ones, are not at that level and ratio. But I'm going to put it out there one more time for people who didn't read my opinion in the news press. As far as I'm concerned, we need to get local government entities. I don't know if, you know, we need to get local government entities on board with social services in this county. Florida is not known to be high on the list of progressive states that emphasize these kinds of things, social services, but I'm just putting out, in case you didn't read in my op-ed. Okay, and the question that I had has to do with the curricula. I am a huge proponent of vertical planning, and I haven't checked on this in actually probably a year or two at least, so I'm just going to pick on conscious discipline right now, because that's the one that I kind of followed a couple years ago. Last time I checked, the little kids in the preschool programs were learning conscious discipline, and I've actually, you know, I've toured over on Michigan Avenue, the Early Learning Center, and I was so impressed because many of those little kids were more empathetic, and they just really impressed me with their discipline. So that's how I got interested, because my big kids could have learned some lessons from 3- and 4-year-olds that, you know. Anyway, is this, last time I checked, the conscious discipline was not, that particular program was not followed through in all of our, I'm going to go beyond just kindergarten, our primary grades. Has that changed? That there were different programs, and I know they all have to do with social emotional learning, but again, there's vocabulary and certain movements and that sort of thing that are always associated with these programs. Is this something that's vertically teamed in the district, so that a child who goes to a Head Start program and gets to a kindergarten class will know the vocabulary and the movements and all of that?
I think, if I may, I think that what we try to do is also implement the second step, because second step is the social emotional program that's used K to 12. Okay. So we do the conscious discipline in pre-K, but we also implement the second step, so that if conscious discipline is not being implemented across the grades, that at least they have that support in place so that they can continue to grow in that area. I know that we have had many teachers in pre-K that have gone into kindergarten and maybe even first grade, and they've implemented strategies, but I don't know that it's being implemented with fidelity from kindergarten to 12th grade, and that's why we also use the second step.
Okay, so the second step is the one that's vertically teamed throughout the district.
Yes, ma'am.
Where can we get more information on what, I know a little bit about conscious discipline, but I really don't know much about second step. Where can we get more information on that?
Well, they do have a website.
Okay.
And on that website are lots of free tools and webinars. and just one-pagers that you're able to pull down and to get some information on Second Step. And just to add what Marlon said, having Second Step included in that vertical alignment, it also allows for, pre-K kids are very much routine-oriented, and so once they get those routines in and they go into a kindergarten class that is implementing Second Step, then that routine for them doesn't change. They're able to acclimate very quickly into their classroom, and then their peers are learning exactly what it is that they learn. And I'll tell you, we use Second Step as complementary to conscious discipline because it does provide those activities, whereas conscious discipline is more about the environment and the structures and the routine that is put into place versus having those activities that kids are doing.
Dr. Spiro was going to mention something. Do you still want to? Okay.
I was just going to mention, we can make sure we can send information about Second Step in our weekly update, but also conversely, as Second Step is being brought down into pre-K to support what's happening in our elementary schools, on the other end, Dr. Quisenberry and I were talking, we have about 1/3 of our schools that also use conscious discipline as well. So they really are, they're going both ways. So no, it's not in every school, but it's at least 1/3 for the conscious discipline, but Second Step is, and so we'll make sure that we provide that information to you.
Great, thank you. You know how I am about that. I don't have to say.
Ms. Morgan, did you have any questions? Okay. I just have one quick question, please. I know Ms. Patrica asked about one of the questions for me. That was on page 5. Ms. Gittens asked one of the questions for me. So the only other question that I have is, you had stated that that they had issued a Chromebook. So it's one Chromebook per how many children?
So 18, one Chromebook per 18.
But the program has to be done one-on-one anyway, so it's not like they have to wait then in line. It would be given one-on-one anyway. So this just provides technology into the classroom so the students have an opportunity to practice on it because they will be using it when they get to kindergarten. And so yes, would we love to have 18? Probably not, because they're not supposed to be spending that much time on the computer anyway. In the pre-K program, it's supposed to be an experiential program, but this is a one-to-one assessment, so one's going to be great.
And then I'm sorry, I do have one more question. The recruitment part, how are we recruiting?
That's coming up next.
Oh, that's, okay.
That's coming up next.
That's coming up next.
Thank you.
So are we ready to move on?
Yes.
Okay, we have about 30 minutes left in the program so that we honor your time, so.
I will try to speed through.
Thank you.
So first of all, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you about a program that I love. And so this frame here talks about Head Start Parent, Family, and Community Engagement Framework, also known as PFCE. And it is an organizational guide for collaboration among families, Head Start program staff, and community partners. The first two columns you will see are components of the program foundations, and program impact areas. And typically what they do is work together to positively influence our child and family outcomes, and that's your third column up on the screen. And in the interest of time, I've decided to only go over 2 areas under that, under the family outcomes section. There are 7 family outcomes and 18 domains under the outcomes that we measure. And they also guide our work with families. Is that my mic?
No, that's not, that's them,
Okay, I'm sorry.
I apologize.
So they guide our work with our families, and they're a tool that helps staff and families identify their strengths and areas for possible improvement. And that's what we focus on when we work with our families. Our family advocates are the ones to administer this tool, and they monitor the work with families. So families might identify goals such as obtaining a GED or continuing with their education. Maybe they have housing needs. or they want to really focus on providing supports to their children as they enter the educational world. So under that column, positive parent-child relationships, we also use a conscious discipline parent curriculum, which is research-based. And so under parent-child relationship, just like Tiffany talked about teachers being able to calm themselves, take a deep breath, pivot, and then come back to the child that may be acting out or having difficulty with something, we teach the parents the same thing, that if they are also screaming and yelling, that's what they're teaching their child. So we teach them self-regulation, and we teach them about developmental stages that children are in, so that they can understand that the child is just not being difficult, but rather at 4 years old, they can't sit for more than 10 minutes. So we do that sort of education with parents so that they can be their first and best teacher. And we also use different skills like how to establish a bedtime routine, or how to provide choices for children so that they feel like they have a say and that they too can make choices, and that increases their self-esteem. Our next slide here, it talks about the comprehensive services that we offer on the social service side of the house and the medical side of the house. Our family and community is comprised of many disciplines, but I'll start with the family advocates. We have 21 family advocates that work with our families. Typically, they have about 72 families assigned to them, and they are the face of our program. They're the ones that greet our families to take applications. They are the ones that they're the ones that do recruitment with families. They enroll our families when we're ready to enroll students, and they also monitor their attendance. If you could click on the complete family outcomes assessment. I'm not going to go through the whole assessment, but I wanted to show you what it looks like because it's very detailed. Our family advocates, in a conversation with families, not going question by question and asking them these things, but having a conversation with them. They, like I mentioned before, they go through the 7 domains and all of the other, the 7 outcomes and the domains, and they ask questions under all of those areas like family well-being.
Cindy, I'm sorry. If you click where it says
Yes.
open in the left-hand corner up there, just make it smaller, it'll open in a better view.
You'll be able to read it better.
And I think I have it open, one of those tabs. See where it says,
We can see it on ours.
you can see it.
Yeah, we're looking at it. Thank you.
We can click on
Okay,
it.
thank you, yeah.
All right.
But thank you for telling us
So
that trick.
this tool typically guides our work with families. They identify their strengths, they identify areas that they're interested in growing, and then we move from there depending on what families choose to identify as their goals. We also have 5 social workers. Right now, we're down to social workers. Our social workers provide coaching to our family advocates, so they're the ones that monitor their work and provide supervision to them. They also facilitate training both on the district level and program-wide. I don't know if you're familiar, but we've done poverty simulation trainings. I think the last one was for Mirror Lakes and James Stevens. Our social workers also monitor the work that our family advocates do. For instance, the assessment outcomes, they monitor the enrollment, they monitor how many home visits were made, and what progress has been made with the outcomes assessment. They also monitor the screenings, and they review all of our applications. So if we have 1,000 applications, they get reviewed prior to us accepting a family into the program. They also provide direct services to our families. So if there's anything that our family advocates don't have the skill level to handle, let's say a domestic violence situation, our social workers get involved. For Objective 2, Goal 4, One of the goal is to reduce the percentage of chronically absent students from 32% in fiscal year 19 to 25% by the end of fiscal year 21. But before I get to attendance, which is the last block on that slide, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about these 5 areas are known to Head Start as ERSI, and they represent some of the most important work performed by our Head Start program. These areas are audited and monitored by Head Start. For eligibility, our children need to meet age and income based on federal poverty guidelines. The eligibility criteria is dictated by the findings of programs community assessment. We do a community assessment, a thorough community assessment every 5 years, and we update it yearly. Our priorities for enrollment are established by the prevalent risk factors in our community, and some examples of risk factors that we include in the eligibility criteria involve, for instance, DCF involvement, foster home, placement, incarcerated parent, or a parent with a disability. All these things affect how parents can effectively parent and provide supports to their children. Our purpose is to identify and serve our most at-risk families in the community. For recruitment, we do recruitment year-round, and typically we have a web page, we announce things in the school newsletter, we place it on Peach Jar, but because of COVID, we've noticed that our wait list has dwindled drastically. Typically, our wait list was almost as healthy as our funded enrollment. Because of COVID, we don't have a healthy wait list at this point, and so we tried to identify other ways to get to families. We're using social media, Facebook and Twitter. We've purchased banners and magnetic signs, and you might see banners on the opposite side of the James Stevens campus as well as on Michigan Avenue. We are looking into putting signs up in the Lee Transit buses. And we are in communication with our communications department in the district to announce our program on radio stations that parents in our community listen to. We've also created a video with the district communications department, and they have already blasted that out, and we keep sharing it on Facebook so that we can get as many families aware of what we do. But typically we go to community agencies and local grocery stores, laundromats, pediatrician offices, community centers, libraries, and we leave flyers everywhere. So that's typical what we do. The other things are extra that we've been doing. Did I answer your question about recruitment?
Thank you.
The next section is selection, and we use a program called Child Plus. When we take applications, all the information is put on the Child Plus program, and then a computer generates a report identifying families by the highest risk factors, and those are the families that we select. Then we send letters to the families, acceptance letters, and we also send letters to families where their child is being kept on the wait list. And that brings us to enrollment. Our children aren't considered enrolled by Head Start until they're actually physically sitting in a seat. So unlike student enrollment where they come in and apply and they're enrolled, they apply, but that doesn't mean that they get selected. So in our program, they have to actually be sitting in a seat. Prior to that, we do what we call an enrollment roundup. Under normal circumstances, without the COVID, we would do face-to-face roundups. Let's say invite all the classrooms from Lehigh Elementary, meet with half of the classrooms and then half the classroom later, and do all the health record information gathering, physicals, immunizations, any chronic illnesses. The nurses meet with the parents and get that information as well. Typically, we go to the parent, so we've had our enrollment roundups at places like Hope Lutheran down in Bonita Springs, our Beautiful Savior in Lehigh, and the Dunbar Community School, as well as libraries in the West Zone. And that brings me to attendance. So if you could go to the next slide. Head Start requires that we meet 85% attendance to be in compliance with Head Start standards. However, we're always looking to be in alignment with the district, so we've wanted to improve the percentage of chronic attendance from 32% to 25% by the end of fiscal year 2021. And if you look at this slide here, if you can see it, fiscal year 19 shows that we were at 35. Fiscal year 20, I'm sorry. Right, 35. Fiscal year 20 shows that we're hovering around 31%. And then fiscal year 21, if you see this school year, we only have average targeted, but we're showing the green bands that we are below 25%, except for this past month of December, where we're at 26%. I truly believe that the reason we're seeing the drop is that what you focus on, you get more of, and we have a robust process for attendance. We must call families within the first hour a student is absent if we don't know or anticipate that they were going to be absent. After the second absence, our family advocates are out there talking to them. And if it becomes a chronic situation, before it becomes a chronic situation, we review calendars, how many absences they have, and we look at ways that we can break down barriers from them getting to school. Our mental health professionals are also part of our team. They provide supports to the classroom as well as facilitate staff and training, and they individualize teacher and student support. They typically conduct classroom observations to provide teachers with feedback and support in identifying areas for improvement, very similar to what curriculum specialists do. However, their focus is more a social emotional focus on the classroom. And sometimes teachers will identify areas they want to work on, for example, maybe a transition, improving their transitions in the classroom. Our staff not only provide staff and parent training, but in November of 2020, we had a staff that presented at an FGCU conference for stabilizing supports for children and families during and after COVID-19 pandemic. So they're very well versed in what they do. Our next screen has to do with our health services. Here we have a team of 4 nurses and 2 family advocates that only focus on health. Head Start requirements is that all our children are screened for body mass index, hearing, and vision within the first 45 days, and that they have an oral screening within the first 90 days of enrollment. The screenings are designed to address issues early on for early intervention in order to prepare them for their academic success. Nurses also work with our children and families who have chronic illnesses such as diabetes, seizure disorders, allergies, you name it. They work with the families. They often have team meetings to learn family and teacher concerns. They establish a plan and assist any student with a new diagnosis on how to treat and administer meds, and they monitor and update their plan throughout the year. And that brings us to program governance, which is Dr. Burr's area.
In addition to the site-based management that is part of every educational facility, an administrator, coordinators, or APs, those kinds of things, we also have 2 additional governance agencies, and that's you all, the School Board of Lee County, and it's the Policy Council. We have a specific slide to talk a little bit more about your role next, but just for the Policy Council, just so that you understand what that is. It's a committee that is developed to ensure that parents have a voice in the program. They function as a decision-making group to decide the direction of the program, to approve decisions such as program plans, budgets, staff hires. They are parents selected from the various school sites by the other parents in that site, and they are chosen for a year and used to come to the Early Childhood Center on Michigan, and now those meetings are being held by Zoom. Early childhood staff attend the meetings in advisory council but are not voting members, and this year, Ms. Morgan is the board liaison to that group. So she's been joining us on our Zoom meetings, and we appreciate that. Thank you. Members also have an opportunity to serve on subcommittees in various areas of interest within the program, such as self-assessment, education, activities, parent activities, those kinds of things that are part of the program. What's really been interesting for me is that past parents have said what a difference it's made in their self-confidence level and their willingness to participate in their child's education, and that they also have developed skills that they can then go on to use either to further their education, excuse me, or to gain work skills. So it's a program that is a win-win for everybody. The meetings are held monthly, and it's quite interesting to watch them take charge and make decisions. It's part of the Head Start requirements, and they kind of function as a school board for Head Start. So anything that we bring before you to be approved has to be approved by Policy Council before we bring it forward to you. Now, the School Board of Lee County serves as the overall governing board, and if you were an appointed board, you would have, the makeup would be required by Head Start to include members that have specific areas of expertise in various components that would be helpful, useful to the Head Start program. But because you are an elected board, you are exempt from that requirement. And many of the responsibilities of the School Board of Lee County are very similar to what you do for the rest of the K-12 education programs here in Lee County. That would be such as personnel decisions, hiring, evaluation, termination, salary, compensation, including the director and the management and all those pieces, just like you do for all the other schools. Excuse me. Those that are more specific to the early childhood program include review of grant applications, which we are pretty much a grant-funded operation, so there's lots of that you have to do. Amendments, which we've done a couple already this year, and I think we're looking at one today after this meeting, an amendment to add to the CCP area of service. And also review of our program self-assessments, our audits, the findings, hopefully never any findings, but the monitoring and how we are going to move forward with that. Excuse me. And then, of course, the board member is always chosen to be the liaison to the Head Start program. Now those, in lieu of having the individual members that have expertise in the area of finance or curriculum or those kinds of things, that the expectation from Head Start for elected boards is that you would use your advisory councils that you use to advise you in other areas, finance, curriculum, all those kinds of things, to also support Head Start should a need arise that we have that. And then our continuous improvement cycle. We are again aligned with the district quality and improvement initiatives, and we also follow the Plan, Do, Study, Act cycle. Our cycle does begin, one more Cindy if you would please. Our cycle does begin up there, that red arrow at the very top with, Marlon talked about a little bit, the community assessment, which takes place every 5 years. So every 5 years, we're required to go out and do a thorough assessment of the community to find out what the needs are and how well we're doing at meeting those needs. After that, then we are establishing long-term goals, measurable objectives, and that is reviewed annually to make sure that we are making progress. But within that annual and 5-year cycle, we do the Plan, Do, Study, Act, where we create an action plan, implement the plan, analyze the progress, and then constantly respond with course corrections. And then we will also have that annual self-assessment. You'll see that we put a link in the bottom corner of that for our most recent self-assessment for you to go in and look at, where you could find it easily should the need arise to look at that. or just for your curiosity, but we did not think that we would have time to go through that entire document here today with you. And then we're just a couple of wrap-up things. We've got about 10 minutes left. So we'll speed talk through these last couple of things.
So I'm definitely not going to bore you with all the links there, but just in the education and child development portion we went through in the beginning, some of the items we use for continuous improvement include our professional learning communities. And that way teachers are always working together, asking questions, analyzing the data, and then, like Dr. Burr said, taking any action and then course correcting as any of those things comes up. And so, you know, some examples of those course correcting are formative assessments and the curriculum maps that we looked at. If for some reason PLCs are seeing that certain assessments aren't doing what we feel they're assessing, or if students aren't getting what they need based on some information that we had previously, those guides are changed according to that data that's brought out of the PLC, as well as our participation in the VPK progress monitoring pilot program that comes out of looking at the data and figuring out what it is we need to do moving forward to make sure that our kids are successful. And then Marlon will talk a little bit about how the social services arena fits into that continuous improvement.
So our interdisciplinary teams, our IDTs, consist of all the roles that I mentioned to you earlier: family advocates, social workers, mental health specialists. Our curriculum specialist represents the educational part of the house, and our nurses, and they meet quarterly. During those meetings, the family outcomes assessment is presented to the team, as well as the family goals. And the family advocate is the person that comes to the team with the information that they've gathered through their first home visit. Now, they only present families that they feel are going to need more than our basic services. So they'll present families that may require more than 2 home visits. They may need a social worker and a nurse, or a curriculum specialist and a nurse. And then our Tier 3 families are families that need Tier 2 interventions as well as mental health services. So that's how we tier our families in our program. Of course, they are all these teams have caseloads in schools, so each team is working with the same family advocate, with the same nurse, with the same curriculum specialist, so that they can collaborate between meetings, because of course they're not going to wait for the quarter to come up to be able to discuss the family and what the progress is, or if they need to change tactics and change strategies. So that's typically what the interdisciplinary teams do. This next slide talks about when we have interdisciplinary team, like I mentioned before, we tier them Tier 3 or Tier 2. And if you look, the total number of Tier 2 is 176 families. Out of those 176 families, for school year 1920, 166 completed their goals. And you'll see the 6 that say started. That may be that a family started later in the year and they're just identifying their goal and starting to work on them. For Tier 3, we have 63 families, and out of the 63 families, 60 completed their goals, and 3 did not meet goals.
Okay, so just to wrap up, we've talked quite a bit about, you know, the other objectives. We didn't talk much about Goal 3 and Goal 5 of Objective 2, I'm sorry, with the other goals. And as a reminder, that's increased the number of elementary schools participating in the pre-K articulation program, and then to also continue to raise funds for expansion. We are pleased to announce, let me go back one on that. We are pleased to announce that we have 16 schools signed up to participate in the pre-K articulation program for next year, which is awesome for us. When Cindy, you went too far. Could you go? There we go. All right, that's what Oh, I'm doing it, you're not. Okay, so we're on our way to meeting that 1/3 of schools by the end of 2021, that is the 16. We are just getting ready to meet on that. And then the goal of increasing the amount of funding raised, we have submitted for phase 2 of the disaster recovery grant. This is the next slide, Cindy. The pre-K to 3 task force is back in operation. We have commitment of the 16 principals who will have a articulation meeting with the private VPK providers that feed into their schools. The preferred provider initiative is on track. They are meeting at this time. The state is having meetings to change the requirements for their providers, and so we want to align ours with them. So as soon as that is done, we will meet again and get those into alignment. The James Stephen Early Learning Center opening is within days. We were required to have 4 to be able to accept VPK funding, and we just got our 4th child. So we are excitedly waiting to get that started and have a meeting tomorrow to kind of iron out some final decisions about that. The phase 2 of the disaster recovery grant, remember if you remember, were awarded almost $2 million to do the planning of the G. Weaver HIPS extension of pre-K. That was to buy some supplies, hire an architect, and do the design of that building. Now the phase 2 of that grant has been applied for, and if we are accepted, that would be an additional $6 million to go to the building of that facility. We've not heard yet whether that, what our status is on that. They're still working on that. We've been working in collaboration with academic services to implement the Young 5 program for students who either did not participate in a VPK program or who did participate but still could benefit from an additional year of kindergarten. This program is being spearheaded by Dr. Quisenberry, who I think is still sitting back there, and we're supporting that effort through articulation meetings with our parents and students to identify those families that would benefit the most from that experience. And the James Stevens International Campus has the capacity for 13 classrooms, and G. Weaver HIPS, if and when it is completed, will have an additional 20 classrooms. And there's been a commitment by the district to provide pre-K classrooms in the design and construction of any additional elementary campuses moving forward. Right now we're in the Estero site, and that is projected for 6 pre-K classrooms.
Thank you.
We're at our final question opportunity, and we were close.
No, you did really good. Thank you so much. Who are the family advocates? Who are they? Are they employees or are they?
They are employees of our program.
Okay.
And at minimum, they have to have a family developmental credential, which is equivalent to an associate's degree or an associate's degree in human resources or related field, like early childhood education.
Thank you.
A lot of our family advocates have bachelor's degrees, but those are the minimum requirements.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Gittens?
I heard you talk about part of your way of getting the word out is flyers. And, my brain works kind of different. So I was just thinking, if you had something like a business size card, if you have that, I know I personally would put a few in my pocket, and, at the store you run into someone with a little child, or they say they just moved in, and hand them the card.
Absolutely.
So that's just a suggestion. But thank you all for what you do.
That's a great idea.
We just sent for 1,200 flyers to be printed, so I would be more than happy to send flyers to you.
Okay, I can take some flyers.
Card.
I can take some flyers, but also I think the cards would be easy, if you're sitting next to somebody in church or whatever, it would be something that everybody could do. So, and it's good to see you.
Nice to see you.
We used to work together.
Ms. Giovanelli? Are you there? Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions other than piggyback off of what you just mentioned. Do I have an echo? Hello? Okay, I'm sorry. I feel like I have an echo. I was wondering if we could do more media advertisement prior to to make sure we fill these classrooms and to get the word out. Because we want all the students there. And I'm sorry, the echo is just horrible on my end.
Said that they were doing, they were looking into doing that, and they're working with the communications department on all of that at this time.
Right, and we, radio announcements and
Radio
flyers and
announcements, yeah.
all of that.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Because, seeing even Fox and Wink and NBC do something on it would be really good, because I think people need to be aware of all our efforts in this.
Which is great,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ms. Giovanelli.
Thank you so much. Great job.
Ms. Fisher?
Yes, I have no questions, and I just want to say thank you so much to Dr. Burr and her team for an excellent presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Are there any other questions? Ms. Vaughn?
I basically had a comment. I was lucky enough to be the liaison the year last year, before Ms. Morgan got that great opportunity. And one of the things about Policy Council is exactly what you said, Marlon, that, and I observed this with some of the parents. I remember one in particular seemed very shy, and I could really see her blossom and get involved in, making a booth and all of those things. So it's just a wonderful opportunity for parents who wouldn't normally be so involved in their children's education. And I think probably I'm going to guess that's kind of catching at the various schools as they talk to fellow parents and talk about how they actually are decision makers for their children's education. So great presentation, and I missed that group. They had good little snacks too.
Ms. Morgan, are you going to do an update?
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see, my role as champion for early childhood is described as eliciting community support for pre-K classrooms and discussing the need for classrooms via community speaking engagements. And to do that, I am going to need a PowerPoint. I would like to do something similar to what we did with the sales tax. I am working on an outline. I will speak to Dr. Atkins when I'm ready to sort of elicit staff support. Just to bring you up to date, in 2020, I worked with staff to develop an early childhood calendar. I didn't hear any comments about it. I don't know whether it was a valid exercise in terms of providing prompts to parents about the kinds of things that they could be doing with their children. I also communicated in April. I was a little frustrated personally by the fact that by April it was clear that we were going to carry the whole COVID and child care thing. And the community hadn't come in at all, particularly the business community. So I sent out an email to Susan Block-Sarro and Tiffany Esposito, Chris Spiro, who came back and told me to go to Chris Wesley at FGCU, and Marshall Bauer. And I asked questions like, to what extent, if any, has the business community been disrupted by the conditions imposed on working families as a result of schooling from home? And, when is the community going to look beyond the schoolhouse as a way to protect children and support families? And then finally, how did all of this activity at that time affect the economy, affect businesses, affect employers and employees? All but Marshall responded, and they all suggested I follow up, which I did not do. But now I'm at 2021, and I have contacted Chris Wesley, and I've asked him to meet with me to talk about surveying. Now, he is at FGCU, he's the dean of the business school. I've asked him, and it has his suggestion, I've asked him to meet with me to survey business awareness and need for early childhood. I've also contacted Susan Block about talking further about what they're doing with early childhood. I've got a date with Dr. Burr. I've asked to be a part of the Future Makers Early Learning Preferred Providers Group, the Early Learning Pre-K-3 System Alignment Group, and the Early Learning Parent Communication Group, and I understand that Lauren Stillwell and Cindy McClung are the ones who are leading that Future Makers initiative. So I have signed up for that. And I've also contacted the Learning Alliance when I was board chair back 4 years ago. Went to Vero Beach for a meeting and saw that Indian River had something called Moonshot, which was a community-wide initiative to get every child on grade level 3, by grade 3, focusing on literacy initiatives beginning at birth. And so I have contacted them also about finding out what they have done. And they, as well as the calendar that I worked on this past year, are things that have been done with other United Ways in other counties. So it's conceivable that we can do more with our United Way. So one of my goals for this coming year is to work with Dr. Pruitt to find out if the calendar is impactful, whether or not the United Way will carry that cost in their budget this year. So I need to talk about the budget this year. And begin talking about the Learning Alliance that's being done in Indian River and whether they're just start preliminary conversations to see whether or not we can put in place a project that would result in something in their budget in 2022. Another goal is to speak, is with respect to the Horizon Council and Chris Wesley and FGCU, is to get the Horizon Council involved in collecting data about what the real need is for employers and businesses. And they're so focused on businesses, but they're not focused on their employees, and we really need to focus on what the employee needs are, and to what extent the community needs to step up and support the school system in meeting the needs of businesses. And then I would like to have a PowerPoint, and I would like to speak to every Rotary and Chamber and Horizon Council in 2021. So those are my goals. I guess my question of you is, are you comfortable with those? Am I outside my area of responsibility or expectations for what I'm doing? Is there stuff that I should be doing that's not been listed in my sort of goals and plans for 2021?
Well, I personally appreciate the update and all that you're doing, because I do think it's vitally important. As far as the Horizon Council, they did speak a little bit about that at this last week's meeting. So I think that everybody is adjusting to what has taken place with the COVID and just people in general. So, Ms. Patrica?
I appreciate your efforts, and I think that every presentation you go to, you should wear that mask. It is the perfect pre-K mask. My only area of concern, and I think we're going to talk about this with the parking lot, is the presentations that you'll be giving. Is that something every board member, should we all be on the same message, or should we?
Oh, absolutely.
Should we each be going out and do, and is pre-K the message that the entire board wants to send? Like that's, and I think we'll get to that when we get to the parking lot. So otherwise, I really appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And I just want to say that the calendars were awesome, and they did go out to the schools, and we've had many parents requesting them, that friends brought them home and they didn't get one for some reason, and requesting it, because there is a big interest in wanting to help better prepare their children for kindergarten. So it was a very, very valuable effort, and we appreciate it.
Good. Okay.
And I thank you, ladies, very much for your presentation and for being here. And as Ms. Gittens had and Ms. Giovanelli, whatever we can do to help, we'd be more than happy to help hand out whatever information as well.
Perfect.
So
Yes,
thank you. That's why we're here.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Dr. Atkins?
The next portion of our agenda is the board agenda review. So if you're ready, we'll go ahead and go through that.
Already got it.
All right, so we'll go ahead and get started. We did have some questions come in a little bit late, so I know Jen's been working to try to get them on there. If we don't have any answers today because of that, we'll make sure to get you answers as soon as we can. The first question that we have is from F, Executive Services, approval of the First Amendment to the Memorandum of Understanding with Lee Health for COVID-19 rapid testing for the school district. The first question is, what is the cost of each COVID-19 rapid test? How exactly are these tests currently being used in the schools, and who administers them? I know Ms. Stilwell is going to provide us with a response.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me? Is that better?
Yes.
So I went ahead and I sent an email because there was a process document, so it's easier to just send you that as an attachment than walk you through the entire process. But the tests are provided free of charge. What the county was paying for through their CARES Act dollars was for the mileage and the wages of the Golisano teams that were performing the testing for us. And as you know from the MOU, that ran out on the 31st of December, those dollars, but then over the break, they were extended by the federal government. So as I wrote to you all in last week's board update, we are going to go back to the county, or Lee Health is, to see whether or not they would go ahead and extend that agreement to continue funding that cost for us. The MOU, which was nicely enough given an addendum by Ms. Duhé-Bruno, is that in case those dollars run out or we would need to fund any of that, that would give us the ability to do so under the MOU, because that was not part of it when you first approved it. So that's what the addendum does.
Did anybody have any
Does that answer your question?
responses?
Did test for 11 days before the break. And it was at a cost of about $26,500, and we did about 200 tests. I got that update from Golisano this morning.
Oh, yeah, and how exactly are we testing students and staff, or?
Yes, so what happens per the process document is that somebody goes to the isolation room and presents with symptoms, and the symptoms list is in that document, and then the clinic assistant will call the parent if it is a student and ask and say, listen, this is available to you. If you are interested in having your child tested, let us know. And if the parent says yes, then that's the point where they get the Golisano team on the phone. They have an entire kind of, I don't know, for lack of a better term, a whole setup over at Golisano where they have people answering the phones and dispatching their teams. And so if a parent says yes, then we call over there. They will say to team A, you need to head to X elementary school, and that's where they meet the parent. We get all of the waivers signed, and then the Golisano team actually administers the test and then uploads the information directly to the DOH.
Okay, yeah, and I was going to ask, well, why doesn't the school nurse do it? But I see that in the email you sent, they have to have a particular waiver.
Yes, we have to have what's called a CLIA waiver, and the hospital has that. They're allowed to use that for all of their health fairs, their community health fairs, and so that is what we're operating under, since we don't have that.
What kind of response have you gotten from parents? Are most of the parents saying, yeah, test my child?
So we've had, just similar to other districts that are offering this a bit, it's not all yay rah, let's do it. It's been a mixed bag, and we did at the beginning, when we got back last week, actually kind of did an informal poll with our clinic assistants and our nurses just to kind of see why. So a lot of them are greeting us with, yes, let's do it, but some of the hesitation is that parents don't want to wait for the Golisano team to get to the school. They just want to go get their kid and leave. Another one is that they just feel more comfortable with their healthcare provider, their pediatrician, doing the tests themselves. And then we have had some that have said that they don't want to have the test because of the ramifications that might go with it. If the student tests positive, they would rather just keep their child home or go to their own pediatrician to try to get them a note to come back early, or earlier than what we might say of the 10 days. And if the test comes back positive, then obviously there is
Okay, great. Yeah,
ramifications
that really
there.
answers quite a bit my question, because I was thinking, well, can't our nurses, what's the big cost? But
Yeah.
now I understand.
And we had that discussion, then we didn't have a CLIA waiver, and then there were some concerns that were brought up from our board attorneys and staff attorneys just about the liability of doing the testing on our own. And this seemed like a great community partnership that was a no-brainer, so that's why we went this direction.
Okay, great, thank you.
And then, Ms. Stowell, we had already had this conversation when we decided to do that partnership with them. So this has been, okay.
Correct.
We're just redoing, looking at it. Okay, thank
Yep,
you.
you got it. Ready?
Okay, next question. This is about CARES Act funding. If the county no longer pays, is there a timeline for CARES Act funding and usage? And I can give I know Dr. Desamores is coming up to respond to this question.
All right, what about now? There you go. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, we do have a current timeline for the spending of our CARES Act funding, and that is set for us to expire at the end of fiscal year 2022. So that would be June of 22.
2022. That was my question, if I can go ahead. So the way it was written was like the, county, if they decided not to pay it, what do we do? Do we have enough set aside that we would pay it out of our care funds, is what I'm saying?
That's right. So we're still working with the county to see if we can extend the agreement that we had with them, because their process or their timeline for spending their funds did change. But if that doesn't work out, then yes, we have our set aside in the CARES Act dollars that we received, and we would have up through June of 2022 for the expenditure of those.
Mm-hmm. So I know wasn't it December when the county's CARES Act ended? Did they get an extension?
It was, and yes, they did. There was a legislative act at the federal level that changed their timeline through, I believe, June of this year, of 2021, I believe.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, next question is approval of the Migrant Education Program Title I, Part C, Amendment 1. Is this an existing grant? And if yes, how long has it been in effect? Is there any data on the success of this project? Ms. Kennedy.
So I just received the question, but this is an existing program that's been in effect for a while. It primarily covers expense of our people that work for helping the migrant students. So we have 3 migrant recruiters. We have a secondary teacher that works with migrant students. And this was actually an amendment to add an additional person to help with our migrant students in the elementary level. However, this was a para position because the funds that we had was only enough to cover a para. Recently, we just, and we've sent this to DOE already, but we recently received additional migrant funding of approximately $40,000, so we may be looking to amend again. The migrant program is part of Title I, but it is part that does not roll over. So the funds do not roll over, so we have to be very strategic in making sure that we expend the funds.
So when you say it's a part of Title I, the schools that are Title I have an existing migrant arm of their grant?
It's specific to migrant students. So schools, whether they're they don't have to be Title I. Schools that have migrant students will receive services for those students.
Okay, all right, and basically this grant is for the people that will run that program?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next question. This is G2, approval of the FY21 Pathways of Career Opportunities grant application. It states a new program, however, it states on the document Phase 3. Please explain, is this program already started and ongoing, expanding, or new? Ms. Davis.
Good afternoon. Phase 3 is if the grant is approved, there's multiple phases. It is a new program. In November, I briefed you about it briefly, that we were applying to be our own apprenticeship program, and that we're working collaboratively with Trey Davis's team so that we can upskill information services and IT employees. So it's a win-win for the district if we are approved. But getting approved, then we would go into a phased approach of officially applying to be an apprenticeship program. So it was just kind of giving you an idea of what would come if we do get the funding.
And can I ask on that, how are we working in tandem with Dunbar and their programs of, IT and all of that?
With the apprenticeship program? Well, Human Resources is working out a very comprehensive internship program with graduates or students at FGCU, which this coincides with if our Dunbar students decided to go on to FGCU for their software development program. This particular apprenticeship model is looking for current employees of the district that want to upskill. It's called skills mobility. And so it gives them the opportunity, it shows them we're investing in them as employees, and then they're staying with us.
And I have just a question about, the IT training and all of that. I spoke to someone out of state the other day, and their son started college, and it just was not something that was for them, but they were excellent with, technology and all that. So now they are actually working for a company that in a very good position and, without the college piece. And I gather we're going to have some of our students as well that feel that way. I already know how to do this, and I can do it very well. Why do I need to go to college? Is there a niche for that student?
I can imagine that, I can't speak, I imagine Trey would be able to for his opportunities, but I imagine they would hire anybody that has the skills for the particular job that's in demand. As you know, in some of our jobs, we have the leverage to swap out skills for experience or swap out education for experience.
Okay, I just wondered. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Ms. Davis, since you're there, let me jump up to G4, and we'll come back to G3. So G4, approval of the academic affiliation agreement with Embry-Riddle. And the question is, or a request actually, please provide data as to the efficacy of the program to this point.
So I brought my team member, Mary Graham, from CTE. She's been overseeing, she's like our project manager on seeing this from inception, and then she also manages the contract and makes sure that it gets updated, the terms of agreement. Anecdotally speaking, we just got this question, so I don't have the data, but Mary rushed down. It has been a very good program for our students because it's career dual enrollment. There's a lower GPA requirement, so it allows more students to participate in college dual enrollment that may not be able to in a traditional dual enrollment tract. And also the certs associated, we have 12 right now for the unmanned, the UAS, I can never remember that one. And so that does bring very good dollars, very good CAPE funds back to the district and the school. And as part of the agreement, Embry-Riddle does not require a big cut of those funds.
Is there any potential, looking at the cost for the district, that's not, extremely high. So what precludes putting it in another part of the district?
Well, this year it's being implemented at Island Coast High School in the West Zone. So now we have it in the West Zone and the South Zone. And it's really about teacher credentialing. There's a very specific set of credentials they need in order to offer these courses. And we're fortunate to have that at those two locations.
Looking at, the county as we grow and expand in the area around the airport and economically how that is developing, it would seem that in the East Zone, because of proximity to the airport, that it would be a good thing to have for students that are in that area. So, just a thought. Thank you.
All right, then I'll, thank you. I think I got the ones that have your name tagged. The next one, Mr. Everly's going to come up and help us with this one. This is G3, approval of the 2020-2021 Career Dual Enrollment Articulation Agreement between the School Board of Henry County and the School Board of Lee County on behalf of the Lee Technical Colleges. Question is, shall continue in force? Is this a monthly or 6-month program? Was it not agreed upon for an entire school initially?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Atkins. I was just catching the end. This articulation agreement that we have with Henry County, it pretty much models what we have with our current school district on the parameters and so on. It took a little bit of time getting this back from Henry County. We've had this with them for multiple years. And Fort Myers Technical College has a great relationship with LaBelle High School. You know, unfortunately, we only average about 5 students a year. It's not really a big impact other than to those students that are, and we do have our career specialists out there engaging with them. And they also know what's also coming forth on maybe some potential growth out in the east side of the county with technical colleges. I didn't catch the very end when I was walking up, so I didn't know if I had more than that, Dr. Atkins.
It says is it a monthly or 6-month program? Was it not agreed upon for an entire school year initially?
This was, they had some changing of the guard in there. This one should have gone in front at the same time we did our current district. It just didn't happen. We had some of the attorneys on both sides look at some of the stuff, and but again, it models ours. So it is a 12-month. If we can get it, I will tell you that usually doesn't happen the years we have it. You're not going to have at the very beginning when the 12-month. We rely on that in the word that we've kept with them, because we're in constant contact with LaBelle High School.
And did you say that from Hendry County you only have 5 students?
Yeah, that's what they average, and it's really the one high school that we really draw from, and that's LaBelle High School. We do go out there. I know Fort Myers Technical College career specialists go out there, let them see what we're offering, because we try to recruit also adults from there for those schools. Hence, that's why, and you'll hear again about the expansion and other opportunities that we have at the technical colleges, but it's not really a large population that we're getting from LaBelle High School.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, next question, G9, ratification of the agreement with the Housing Authority of the City of Fort Myers, the City of Fort Myers, McCormick, Barron, Salenzer, Inc., and Urban Strategies, Inc. This question for Ms. Kennedy. Please explain the reasons why this agreement with the Housing Authority of the City of Fort Myers was ratified on December 8th, 2020, prior to board approval.
It was a timing issue where they were submitting a grant, and what initially happened was they asked for a letter of support from the school district for some of the things that we're already doing in that area. So initially, Kaylee Rodden was working on this, and she prepared the letter with getting with different departments, determining what are the services within that community that we are already doing. Because what they want is they want a matching, there's a matching part for the grant, so they wanted to identify what are the services that we're already doing. And so therefore, we prepared the letter. Then they came back last minute to ask for an agreement. And the agreement was, we did take it through legal, they did, and then it went forward. But the reason it went forward so quickly is because they needed it for their grant. Yes.
That was my question, and frankly, I knew the answer already to the question because Ms. Dupree-Bruno called all of us on this. And I can tell you that I was somewhat dismayed to see that our normal process our policy is being violated here to have our superintendent, have the school district sign off on this. And in this particular case, it's not that I objected at all to it, but I just want to put it out there that on the phone I said, fine, I understand. However, somebody else's foot dragging on these things and presenting us these things like, sign it now. I'm not going to be so agreeing in the future. So I just wanted to have an opportunity to put it out there that we need to follow our policies. We can't be ratifying things before it comes to the board. This one was fine, but it sets a very bad precedent. That's what I wanted to say on it.
And I think part of what happened is they asked for a letter of support, not a contract initially. And so we were surprised at the last minute as well that they were asking for an agreement when they had simply asked for a letter of support prior.
Well, and to me that doesn't matter, because to me it sets a very bad precedent, and I'll leave it at that. It's a very bad precedent. This one was fine, but I don't want to see it happen again.
And if I may, I'm going to kind of jump in here for a second, because I do know about this. Actually, and this is something that I have been bringing up to the board for months now. It's regarding Southward Village. So this is something that they were, because of Franklin Park and the United Way, the partnership that we have with United Way at Franklin Park, we already are doing what they need in order to get that grant with what we're doing at Franklin Park and the services that we provide there. So with all of that, and they have to have an educational partner as well, which is Franklin Park, Dunbar, which is right there in the community, plus the city of Fort Myers. There's tons of other companies and businesses and cities that are all in support of this neighborhood initiative. And Terry's right, there was a letter that they were needing, because I personally had received the letter and proclamation from the city of Fort Myers to support that initiative. And as far as that is concerned, and Franklin Park. So it's kind of like everything in that whole area, in the neighborhood, they're just trying to revitalize that whole area and bring it up and get I was trying to remember how much money that was that they were looking to receive on the grants. But there's no cost at all to us as a district. We pay nothing for this. So that's where that all came to be, because they needed that support letter. And then I guess they received information that they had to have whatever their ratification versus the letter from everybody. So I understand what you're saying, Ms. Vaughn, but I just wanted to share what had transpired. And I was aware of the request the same time when Ms. Dupree Bruno did call us, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of the information.
And if I may, I had all the information, and I agreed. I have nothing against this. I think it's a good thing. But my sole point on this is it can't happen like this. This goes against our policy. We can't be ratifying things as a district that should be brought for board approval. It's putting the cart before the horse. That's all I want to say on that. We can't do it again.
So next part of this, we had a question.
I'm sorry, but if this were to come before me again, I would approve it, because it's going to help the kids in that neighborhood. So I don't want you to get the impression that that's the whole board saying don't do this again. If we're in this situation again, please bring it before me for consideration, because I want to get the programs to the kids, and I want to help the city of Fort Myers and the housing department do what's best for kids in those communities. I'm sorry, I don't want staff to sit there and think, oh no, we can't do this again.
No, I want to follow board policy.
As do I, but for the benefit of children,
Did not.
I will bend board policy.
Good for you.
Board policy for our own grants is that we are able to go ahead and apply for the grant and and then bring it forward. But I understand this is different because this is a contract.
Yes.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Hello?
Yes?
I'm going to have to agree with Mrs. Vaughn. I mean, we have to follow board policy. That's the whole purpose of our board policies and what our job is to do, discussing. Now, I totally support this situation with Franklin Park because actually I love that school and I've been there. United Way is doing great things. But we can't do things after the fact. The board must approve things, so we need to have our act. We need to have our act together.
Ms. Giovanelli, I just want to clarify, it is not Franklin Park.
Not our act.
It is Southward Village, which is across the street from that, and Mr. Bruno has something to share.
Yeah, I just want to just clarify a couple of things. I do understand, Ms. Vaughn, what you're saying in terms of making sure that these contracts properly come before the board, because that is important and we must follow the board's policy. And it's also statutorily, you are responsible for approving these contracts. In this particular instance, the time frame was so limited, and I don't remember if the grant was, what, 20? I know it was in the millions, Terry. I don't remember how much
I think it's 30 million.
I was thinking more like 30 million.
It is 30 million.
So what happened in this particular instance, the contract was actually already signed by all of the partners involved in this particular scenario, and it was just forwarded to us from the city of Fort Myers to go ahead and sign. And because of the time constraints, there were no other board meetings that were scheduled, and we were going to go, the break, the offices were going to be closed. We were kind of stuck in a very difficult situation, and that's why each board member was individually briefed and advised about this particular contract. If we had not signed it at the time, there's a possibility that we would have missed the deadline for the grant and not be able to get the grant. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, please, Ms. Giovanelli.
This is a unique situation, and so, and I support the fact that it is. So, I mean, it's just we need to stick to our policies like Mrs. Vaughn is saying, and that's all that I'm just want to reiterate.
Thank you so much. And as Ms. Dupree-Bruno had mentioned, that's why she reached out to each and every one of us to have that conversation. But I thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, as a board, we need to know all the information and as soon as possible. And that's a big issue, and that's the reason why I will continue to do my emails when I find things out that after the fact. So, as my email that I did last night. So, we can discuss that at another time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Giovanelli.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. I think, or Dr. Atkins, did you?
Yeah, just to clarify though, again, that's not because the district didn't have its stuff in order. And I think that needs to be said.
Right, that's why I wanted to clarify that.
Next is, please give a brief explanation of our involvement as educational partners.
No, I think unless you want to answer that, I think we've covered it.
I think the only thing to say to that is we just identified the things that we're already doing in the district and put those in the agreement. So we didn't agree to anything additional. It's stuff that we're already doing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next one, G10, approval of the grant proposal for Title IV, Student Support and Academic Enrichment Grant 2020-2021, and Amendment 1. So Dr. Spiro and Terry Kennedy will be responding.
Yes, and as we've spoken to the board previously about this particular position, we never filled a director position for Title IV. What we've done is we've decided to give that particular piece of duty to Terry Kinsey. So we'll be adjusting how Terry Kinsey is funded. She's an assistant director right now. And so since she'll be doing some of the Title IV work, we are going to be doing a 2.25 to fund her salary. And then that'll be for the rest of this year. And in the future, we're going to be looking to use a program administrator for Title IV. And I'm going to let Terry talk a little bit about some of the responsibility of what that program administrator would do inside of this particular job.
The program administrator is at a coordinator level, and it's a person that oversees the grant, making sure that the appropriate things are being done and expenditures. So it's just, we have, I think, a job description, program administrator, Title I, where we have someone that's working in Title I. So it's the same responsibilities.
So Ms. Kinsey will go from assistant director to coordinator?
So Miss Kinsey is actually a she's an assistant director over a magnet grant. And so currently she's 1.0 assistant director and overseeing magnet. That would change. We did have to contact the magnet program as far as finding out that she could be approved to do 0.75 magnet, 0.25, helping out with Title IV. She's very familiar. She's been in the department for several years, and she's familiar with all the grants and was our grant writer for many years. And we're hopeful that that's only for a few months, because we're hopeful to get our magnet grant that she applied for, and if we receive that, then she will also oversee that.
So I think there were a list of different, I have to pull it up on here, but that was what.
So that's
the
different.
Question for me.
On your question about the subject coordinators, that has not changed. So the 0.25 for those 4 different coordinators, that's still in the grant, that hasn't changed, and those people are coordinators that work in academic services.
So for example, elementary math coordinator and the, language arts and all of those are grant-funded positions?
Yes, that has not changed. The only change was for who's going to take care of overall what's happening within Title IV. And right now, I anticipate there might be another amendment because they've given a lot more flexibility. The state, we just received something from the state on Title IV.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Fisher, did you have any questions? Because I know you had, Ms. Fisher?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any questions for Ms. Terry?
No, I do not. I think the answer is sufficient.
Terry.
Okay, next item is H of the consent agenda, business services, approval of the budget amendment dated November 30th, 2020 to amend the 2020-2021 annual school budget. Question is, why decrease in employee benefits and purchase services? Dr. Desamores is going to respond.
Okay, so there are numerous changes that take place in the budget every day, and this is the summary of those for that month period of time. And the major reason for the decrease in purchase services had to do with closing the budgets out for the collegiate school, and that was that charter school that we closed. And those budgeted funds went back into our district reserves. And then employee benefits went down due to the net effect of adjusting instructional personnel moving out of the virtual school due to personnel movements for people back to brick and mortar schools. So the timing of when those budgets were adjusted and brick and mortar schools were adjusted were slightly different by several days, which put the adjustments in 2 different periods. So that's the summary of those.
Ms. Fisher, did you have any questions?
Yes, no, thank you, Dr. Desamore. I didn't think about closing the collegiate school, but thank you.
Okay, next, approval of the monthly budget report for the period ending November 30th, 2020 is on page 3. Just a request for an explanation regarding outstanding encumbrances, South Middle School NN and Elementary School K.
So, outstanding encumbrances are just those purchase orders that we have open on those projects. So at this point in time, the purchase orders and the amount of purchase orders that were outstanding for those projects are as listed.
Okay.
And then I think the question also said timeline, if there was a timeline related to our capital projects, and that is for, during the capital update each month, we talk about operations talks about the major capital projects that are going on and the timeline associated with each. And so that's a major part of the information that we try to give monthly in those updates through operations.
And I had, when I asked about that, and I was talking to the superintendent and Lauren about, on like one sheet, a timeline showing this project, this project, this project, this is where we are, and that type of thing, as opposed to, the full-fledged report that comes out.
I know that Ms. Ebal, Ms. Ebal is going to take, I think, this next question for us, which I may get to at least a piece of that. I know Ms. Stillwell and operations are working on that request, Ms. Gittens.
Okay. I knew it used to exist. I know when Mr. Moore was here, there was a similar one-pager or two-pager that had it. And I had it in the file. I'm looking to see if I can find it to give you a copy of it. But it's just a simple snapshot of this is where we are and this is where we intend to be. There's so many, balls in the air that to have it concise would be a good thing.
So the next one is related, H3, approval of the ranking for architectural services for Fort Myers Technical College. Question is, please provide a timeline for this and other capital projects.
Good afternoon. The schedule for the FMTC project is as followed. Following the approval of the contract, and I actually just confirmed this today with the proposed architect so following the approval of the contract, the design will take 6 to 7 months. The bidding and the GNP will take another 2 to 3 months, which means that we'll be breaking ground by the end of this year. And then pending the school program scheduling, phasing of the project and the program needs as determined through the design phase, the construction phase will take 12 to 18 months, so a total time frame of about 22 to 26 months.
Okay. And maybe this is the appropriate time to say this, but the reason I'm asking about a timeline and kind of where we are on projects, because it seems, we hear about a project at the beginning and then we hear about it later on, and in between those two, big changes have been made. And my questions, like when I met with the planning committee about proximity the other day, and I asked about some capital projects, and things have been changed, and yet it hasn't come back to the board. When you ask questions about it, it's, well, someone changed it, but we don't know who and when and why, and I just feel there just needs to be a little more transparency about that. Several of the projects, and I've spoken to the superintendent and Ms. Ebal and her team about some of the projects that are happening. And on one hand, we're told, well, we're going to discuss it and the community can give input, but it doesn't happen. And the next time we hear about it, it's already well underway. So I think that we need to, if I was able to see a timeline and know that by next month you're going to do this, I would have some idea that I need to speak to somebody before that. But everything just kind of goes on. And like I said, the middle school was built 10 minutes from my house, and when I heard about it, they were ready to put the walls up. And to me and to the community that I serve, it's unacceptable not to be involved in what's happening in your community.
So we are in the process of developing a more detailed schedule, and we'll have one before by February that will identify all the capital improvement projects and where they are in their phasing, whether they're in a pre-planning phase, which is often when you're first seeing or hearing about a project, whether they're in a design phase or whether they're in the construction phase. So we are working on that kind of schedule for you, and we'll have one before the end of February for all of our capital improvement projects. I can give you a quick update of the projects that are currently in the capital improvement process and let you know where in those 3 sections the projects lay.
Well, I think rather than to take the time now, you could do it and maybe give it to all of us. But I look back on when we were doing Gateway High School. And I know in our meeting you said, well, the community is not involved in this, this, and this. But in certain projects, community is involved. In other projects, they're not. In the Gateway project, there were town halls, the builders and everyone was there. There were discussions before we even, basically went ahead and broke ground on everything. The community involved needs to be involved. And we need to, if they don't know what's going on, we need to educate them and include them, just like in every other area, because it does seem a bit inequitable that in some areas this is done, in other areas it's not. I know that a lot of the East Zone is not incorporated, but it doesn't mean that they don't want to be involved. When, for example, with Riverdale, and you keep saying, well, you met with the community and all that, but I've talked with several people that knew nothing about the process. And all I'm asking is, who made the decision? When was it made? And just show us the documentation of that decision.
So Riverdale is in the early, so can I go through at least still identifying where they are in their phases? And
well, it's up to the rest of the board. I don't want to take the time from all of them at this point.
Can I have, Ms. Morgan's had her hand up.
Yeah, so I just want to second what Ms. Gittens is saying. I'm beginning to feel very, very, very frustrated about what's going on with respect to some of our big projects. I mean, we have big budgets, big projects, and I don't want to go through all the projects right now, but I do think that before February, I would really like to know where we are, because I do feel that we are not being kept abreast of changes in timelines and priorities of projects. So I'm just seconding Mrs. Gittens, and I don't need to hear the information now.
No, and thank you. I don't want to take the time from the meeting at this point. However, I feel an extreme urgency, because each time I bring up something, if you wait 2 weeks and come back, it has changed and decisions have been made. And it is just, it's unacceptable to me to say one thing and one person says it was this group that decided. So sooner than later, I am requesting that we get that update and know exactly what's going on and know who made those decisions and why. And that's all I have to say about it this time.
So, Ms. Ebo, I know you said that you have a list and you already know that. Did you want it to share? So if you would not mind just forwarding that to everybody, that would be wonderful.
Okay, we can make sure it's in the board update this week.
Thank you. That'd be great.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'd like to add that I agree, because that's something that I've been saying for a while, that we need to know what the plan is, and so that the community is aware. And that's not happened, and I've been asking for that for a while as well. So thank you, Ms. Gittens and Ms. Morgan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ebo.
Okay, next item, Human Resources, approval of general recommendations, personnel recommendations as presented. First question had to do with tech support. What is the hourly pay? We didn't understand that question, so we need more information relative to that question. Dr. Pruitt and I both went through that document and couldn't find what was being referenced.
Okay, Ms. Fisher? Ms. Fisher, are you still there?
Yes, please give me 1 minute to look it up.
You possibly maybe go to the next question then?
Next question is 40 long-term guest teachers are on the list for approval. What are the educational and certification requirements to be in the classroom long-term?
There's an actual job description, and so I'm going to ask Ms. Stillwell to send it in the board update to you. There's a separate job description for that.
Next question is, can you also include the data regarding zone needs in this report?
So I didn't understand that one either because we list it by zone, so what additional information did you need?
No, you do, and my question is, I've seen that.
Yep.
I'm asking how often do we do it? And when we're looking at the 40 long-term subs as well, how does that affect that report that you send us that says we need this many in here and this many here? Because if one area of West Zone has, only a need of 15, but they've got 10 long-term subs, that paints a whole different picture.
Right. In most cases, it includes those because we require the schools to continue to advertise even if they have a long-term guest teacher in there. We continue to look for a qualified employee. The exceptions to that are people that are almost certified. For example, our graduates, we have them start as a long-term guest teacher until we get their, where it's awarded, their degree awarded till it's confirmed and we get the paperwork. So there is some exceptions in there relative to that. But for the most part, if it's just, or if it's somebody out on a pregnancy or some other medical issue, we don't count that one either. But if it's, I can't find that math teacher, and so I have this great sub that's willing to stay there long-term, that one would be in that data because we would be continuing to advertise it.
Oh, okay. So if they needed 25, that sub is one of the 25.
Correct, unless it's one of those that's a graduate or something, or if it's covering for a medical leave of some sort, then it's not included.
And is there, bless you, is there I know we have the Grow Your Own, and then there's the program that was instituted with the paras to help them to move forward. And
yes.
How is that program going?
It's good. I mean, it's slow going. It's only a handful. It seems like when we do those initial meetings, we get maybe 25 to 30 people that are interested, and then it kind of trickles down to where you end up with about 4 or 5 that are kind of going through it at a time. I don't know the exact number right now, but I could certainly find out.
And what type of, do they receive mentorship during that program to help them, like with,
Yeah, professionals, development has done a phenomenal job. I'm sure we have a project plan and all of that I can provide you if you're interested in that.
And while you're up there, one last thing I wanted to ask is, did we have very much of a, we used to call it the winter drop-off this year of teachers? How did we do with that?
No, it wasn't, honestly, what we're having is people going on a leave of absence for a multitude of reasons. When you look at our key performance indicators, we're actually doing better, but I'm not fooled by that. That is, people are hanging on to the job, but not necessarily working, so the numbers aren't really reflective. So we're going to have to really do a deep dive at the end of the year to really look at, what happened. Because right now, we're on track. It's less people that have resigned this time compared to the last couple of years. But again, I bet because I haven't done it yet, I'm going to, if I look at the number of leaves compared, I bet you it's substantially higher.
And since it's very topical today, especially, a lot of parents have asked me about, with all the kids coming back, how are we doing with teachers and all that? And of course, I give them the answer that one thing, and a tribute to academic services, is that our administrators have kind of had a trickle in the whole time. It's not been the big dump like we had back in the fall. And maybe you can answer that, but I think that has helped the situation, we kind of gradually brought kids back rather than?
It has. I will tell you that, you know, this last round of the 30-plus teachers that we had to notify to move has created some angst. And, you know, we made the process as objective as possible. You know, the committee that goes through those names one by one, they don't know the teachers, so they don't know the names. They're simply looking at, you know, what was the status for the reason the person went in the first place. In other words, did they just request it? Are they at high risk? Or do they have an ADA, an approved ADA that went through the process? And then from there, we're looking at where are the openings, what's the certification, and then within certification, we look at seniority. And so we literally have, you know, other districts have said, oh my gosh, why did you go to all that trouble? And honestly, because I wanted to do what I thought was in the best interest of employees. But it's, I will tell you, it's challenging. Of the 30-plus teachers, right off the top, I know at least 6 of them are going to take a leave of absence. So it's challenging.
I wanted to see, Ms. Fisher, did you find your question?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Thank you. Okay, so in the tech support section, there's a part on the bottom. It says hourly, location, and effective date. I don't understand exactly what that means. What is hourly? Is that in addition to your full-time job? Is that instead of your full-time job? And what's that category mean, hourly rate?
Look, was that document we were looking at? I'll go back and see if, based on that, Ms. Fisher, if I can determine what you're asking.
Okay. All right. I'll try to explain it better. Maybe we can talk. I'm getting an echo here.
I just wanted to,
Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Fisher. We're at our 60 minutes, so I just want to try to keep us on track. So Dr. Atkins.
Next is approval to adopt and revise job description as a part of FY21 budget. This is, please explain the rationale for adding a threat assessment coordinator and operations coordinator. How do these positions fit into the revised operations organization? Dr. Savage.
Right, and I'll address the HR portion. I think Ms. Gittens asked about what would be the process after this. And the process after this would be that it would go through the normal hiring process. So it would come to you as a recommendation for hire. It wouldn't be before that time. I think that's what you're asking.
That's what I was asking. And then my final thing, and I can talk to you about this, but on that list that we get saying how many teachers we need, it would be helpful to me anyway to know of that 25, how many are long-term subs, because that gives a whole different look to the need that we have. But we can talk about it offline.
Okay. For me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Vaughn.
I want to add something.
Sure.
To what Dr. Pruitt just said. We have 3 new job titles, at least. I'm looking at the 2 that are administrative. One of the reasons, and this Dr. Savage can answer as well, it seems a little, again, cart before the horse to be defining positions as we are still working on totally changing, renovating, if you will, operations. And when I look at one of these, the threat assessment, this to me, with all due respect, seems like a very hurry-up job. Minimum qualifications, master's degree from accredited institution, and yet this is a person who has to support students with the potential risk. So it seems to me that that's the kind of job where you would have to have some kind of psychology background, maybe in legal, but before Dr. Savage answers that portion, I'm sorry, I kind of got.
That's okay.
Put it backward. I would like to see these new positions, and I think, and I'm going to ask Mr. Free-Bruno on this. I'm going to use case example, the most recent one I can think of is when Mr. Newland was brought on board. And yes, we had approved that job description, and then all of a sudden we have, well, we're hiring, we're interviewing and so on and so forth. And this goes to what Ms. Gittens was asking, will approval to fill them be brought before the interviews start? Mr. Free-Bruno, is there not a way that we can approve these new administrative job titles with the provision that before they're filled, before the interview process, that it's brought in front of the board? Because going back to the Newland position, I opposed that, and I opposed it not because of the individual, I opposed it because of the timing and my thought that it wasn't necessary.
So, and that one is different than this one, in that when you all approved the budget, you approved Mr. Newland's position. And so, this is, so if you approve the grant, then you approve what is in the grant and the expenditure of those funds in the grant. And therefore, yes, there could be a change and or a new job description, but the authority for us to do that is when you approve whatever, the budget and or the grant. But,
okay, so then what you're saying is these new position titles may not even exist when a grant is approved, but then they come down the road to us, and then automatically you have
I will say to you that since Ms. Kennedy has taken the helm of that I don't know that you're going to see that like you might have seen it before, because she's worked really hard to make sure that it's either done. See, it's the whole cart and the horse thing, right? So if I bring you a job description, you're going to say to me, well, why are you bringing this to me when we don't have any positions? Right? If I bring you the grant and I don't have the job description, you're going to say, well, Angela, here's a grant, but we don't have this job. So we do the best we can to try to do it simultaneously, but there is no perfect way, unfortunately, to do that. When it's in the budget, that's a different thing, because you're granting us the authority, X number of, you're actually doing the overall expenditure, but usually it lays out there, there's so many of this and so many of that, but the dollar amount in the budget approval is what provides that. So the same is true in the grant, but again, there are times when chicken or egg, it's hard to say.
So the threat assessment and operations coordinator are both in grants?
Those
tag team it all together here. Well, first off, good afternoon. The responses that I have, I think, hopefully address all the questions you're asking, but then I can clarify from there. First and foremost, the threat assessment coordinator position was drafted as a part of the STOP grant that was recently awarded to the district. As part of that grant, in order for us to fulfill the terms of that grant, we need to hire this coordinator position. This coordinator does not manage any staff, but rather serves as the district's case manager for all threats that are tracked through the digital case management software system, and assists school-based threat assessment teams with expertise related to threat assessment. That's one piece.
And it's grant from the grant.
It's grant funded completely from the grant, and it was written for the grant. So we didn't have the grant initially. We put this position as a part of that grant as a possibility if we were to receive it. We did, and hence, because it was part of the concept of the grant which came through the board, now we are fulfilling that piece by now adopting a job description formally to say, now that we have this funding, now we can go out and try to hire this particular person for this specific role as specified in the grant.
Okay,
Please.
ask you about minimum qualifications. To me, that whole section, minimum qualifications, I understand what you're saying with the grant and all, sounds kind of loose. Master's degree. Hey, I have a master's degree. Could I go and be
There's additional qualification. That's the minimum qualifications. Again, there's a level of education.
there's not much here, and I think in order to attract the right people, there's some mental health field, counseling, that sort of thing, but I think these are a little...
I appreciate that. The minimum isn't going to specify all of it. With respect, the job description really outlines exactly what the core tasks are. There's two particular prongs of the threat assessment support. One is on a mental health side, and one is on a potential law enforcement side. So those who have expertise in either area may end up being the most qualified person. Clearly, there's a need to support the threat assessment teams for both those capacities, so you may not find an individual that is both, a certified social worker as well as a former law enforcement professional or whatnot. So you're looking really for the best of the person who can support that piece. So the minimum qualifications, we certainly don't want to disqualify anyone who may ultimately be that exact person you're looking for to provide the best value.
Degree in basically anything, okay.
Not just anything, it's specified in the job description what the work will entail, and hence that's kind of what guides the selection process. A minimum qualification is just that, it's a minimum, so that folks who are maybe, let's say a security guard, are applying for it, this immediately disqualifies them, and they don't feel that they're entitled to an interview per se, because they are a security guard, and maybe don't understand that they don't have the credentials associated with that piece. So that's, we just for example, on our executive director position, we had to have certain minimum criteria because there were many folks who felt like they would be acceptable people in that respect.
Okay, what about the other position?
I'll be happy to
I just want to comment, Ms. Vaughn. One thing that we've learned over the years is that if you are too narrow on the degree, there are people who could be extremely qualified, but who will not apply because of that. So when you do it generic like that, but then have the other qualifiers, what we have found is it gives us a bigger pool, because, sometimes you get a master's degree in something, and then, 15 years later, you're doing something that's not associated with that, but yet you have the 15, 20 years of experience. So we've just learned that it is better sometimes to be generic on that and then give the other pieces. Then if I'm considering it, I can say, oh, okay, my master's, it's a master's degree, but I have all these other things that meet those requirements.
Okay, that makes sense. And what about operations coordinator? Now, that's not a grant position, is it?
That's correct. And just to reiterate again what Dr. Pruitt already said about the kind of the sequence of pieces, there's of course the budget, which is the primary mechanism the board has to approve the total positions at a certain level. The job description then should align to that, so that there are job descriptions that would fulfill those various pieces. This job description, and then of course the third and final piece that comes in front of the board is the actual candidate being recommended. And so those are all distinct, they're all separate in that effect, but they are all important. And so this third part, just to kind of speak to the specific one, the operations coordinator position is intended to reflect the work that is currently being performed by Ms. Linda Jo Sanders, who has been working in operations for quite some time. She's been working under her existing job description, but that can be problematic considering that the current job description, I cut out for just a second there. The current job description has many duties and language that reflect service in the superintendent's office. This proposed job description accurately reflects the work and responsibilities being performed. Thus, we would humbly request your support in this change. Please note that this job description does not indicate any guaranteed position funding, either now or in the future. It is strictly a job description. While we are anticipating some potential reorganization within not just the operations division, but also other parts of the organization, that will be a future request, complete with any budgetary implications and positions that are either being eliminated, reclassified, or added. Prior to such a request, we would also be briefing the board on any proposed changes. So again, this is just a job description that would be consistent with the work that is currently being performed by Ms. Sanders in our particular area, who has been operating under the superintendent's office role. However, she's been working in our particular area for nearly a year. So just wanted to clarify that particular piece and kind of to identify what type of work we're talking about and who that person is that's currently doing that work, and this work kind of identifies what that would be. So if someone were to be hired in that position with your approval, then they would be fulfilling those functions that you typically get seeing carried out at that level currently. I hope that kind of
So
clarifies an
that's
example.
Fitting a job description to somebody who is already in a similar position.
Well, what I would say is it's not that exactly. It's my hope and intent here is to explain that the current work that is being done by that person who's being deployed in our area, this is a description of that work that is being done.
And I'm sure she's doing a great job, but I'm just saying this is.
Yeah, please.
So I just want to push back a little because we do that as a matter of practice. For example, when Dave LaRosa came down, he came down as a principal on assignment, and then we created once we kind of knew the work and what he was going to be doing, then we were better able to create that job description. So when you're having, when things are evolving, you do have to make those adjustments. And I would say to you, it's not about the person, it's about the work that's being done. And sometimes we don't know exactly what all the pieces of the work are until we actually get into it. Because I understand what you're saying, it's not specific to this job. It is a matter of practice that we do this once we know the duties and we're aligning and we're trying to make sure that it accurately reflects what's happening.
Okay, one more thing, and I know we're running late. So would that mean we'd have two positions? Let's just say Ms. Sanders is the best candidate for coordinator. Will we also be filling her specific job?
No, it's a revision to that job description, so no, you are not authorizing an additional position.
And that might have saved all this discussion time if we had known that from the start. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Atkins, I know we're 15 minutes over right now, so can you, turning it back to you, please?
Budget versus.
Okay, I think the next one is for Dr. Pruitt. That's approval to revise the job descriptions for legal services. Had a board member with a concern with the term chief. In other districts, the chief legal counsel is the board attorney.
My response to that is there is no consistency across the state. It is all over the place. So, what was brought forward to you, it was based on the concern from some board members about confusion, and so that's why we changed it to chief staff attorney instead of chief legal counsel, and then added the title school board attorney and general counsel, and that is the reason behind it. So.
And I understand that, and I kind of did my own homework on this, and I spoke to a few school board attorneys throughout the state, and it's to me, I'm sorry, I said in the very beginning I thought it was confusing. I still feel it's confusing. I have seen documentation that comes into the chief legal counsel, and the word chief just jumps out, and it negates the board attorney. So that was my concern in the very beginning, and I understand the statement that the other chiefs, but our staff attorney, that's not the position. It's a staff attorney. It's not a chief. And you said before you added it because they are working with the chiefs, but I still think that it's confusing to other legal entities that deal with our district, and that's my question about it.
Madam Chair, may I weigh in?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I did some research also prior to this, and in most cases, the general counsel is considered the school board attorney is considered the general counsel. With the chief legal counsel, that was what was causing the confusion statewide, and so chief staff attorney, who's leading the other staff attorneys, is okay with me, I think, and it definitely defines that he is the staff attorney and that their general counsel is the school board attorney.
have to tend to agree with you as well. Are there any other comments on that?
Yes, yes.
Oh, Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes. We have not resolved our own board attorney title. So I think that's what we need to be addressing before we start adding more chiefs.
Changing the title of
It's
their...
changing the titles only.
Correct.
Of those two positions.
And that
It's not adding anything, it's not, yeah, it's just changing the titles. Nothing in the job descriptions are changing, just the titles.
Is there, can I ask?
Did you understand that, Ms. Giovanelli?
Okay, because I thought we were adding, because it's...
At all. There was a couple corrections. It's just where it was changing that they would, if they are underneath of a certain person, but that was the only thing that was changed.
We're not changing, the title only.
Yeah, the title only, but there was. Go ahead.
Are you comfortable with it?
I'm comfortable with the title being School Board Attorney and General Counsel, and I'm also comfortable with the title of Chief Staff Attorney. I think that's pretty clear.
And can I ask, with that, is there a organizational chart configuration showing how that?
It's just the current organizational chart that we have. There's no changes to the org chart.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that's it for me, right? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you all.
Next question, J1, approval to award the ITN E-rate consulting. Question is choice of most expensive bid, question mark.
Ms. Fisher? Ms. Fisher, this is your question?
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to share with you, this is obviously a rare occasion where we bring a recommendation for the higher bidder, but this firm is the incumbent firm. They're called CSM Consulting. They are the largest E-rate consulting firm in the United States. They were selected. The differentiation there was really around their experience and past performance with the district. Over the years, they've represented us in every audit without finding. They helped with a transition in new rules and were able to bring in additional revenue to the district by guiding us through that. So their performance overall has been exceptional, and the savings for the district during the time that we've done business with this firm is about $15.4 million. So while the second firm that we interviewed was certainly a qualified firm, at least on paper, we felt the value of the incumbent vendor's knowledge of our district, their performance history within the district, their commitment to a fewer number of clients per consultant, and a seamless continuity between E-rate funding years. This is kind of like changing your tax law firm in the middle of taxes. So the incumbent firm scored the highest on the rubric, and those were the primary reasons. Obviously, there's a lot we consider, a lot of qualitative factors that we consider in those evaluations, and I can't recall any time when we brought the higher bidder in the past, but we feel that that this firm is the right firm for us to work with to maximize our E-rate revenue. And of course, they did come down a little bit on the pricing. They started out at $55,000, come down to $53,000 per year, and then that goes down in future years.
Ms. Fisher, do you have any questions, please?
No, I do not. Thank you very much for that explanation.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that's okay. We're running late, and I have a 4 o'clock hard stop. Can I just take a second before I leave? We had 4 hours worth of materials on a 3-hour meeting, and I had a 4 o'clock appointment already scheduled, so I need to be reliable outside of my role here at the board table. So if we could just somehow make sure that we're not scheduling 4 hours of materials for a 3-hour meeting, I would be forever grateful going forward. I'm not leaving because I'm being rude. I'm leaving because I have a previously scheduled meeting. So,
And thank you for sharing that with us prior to the meeting. Dr. Atkins?
Well, and I would say, just in response, I understand, we were on time until we got to the board update, and we had a number of questions that were added late in the game. So I think this would have been a lot shorter. And then in addition to that, you have questions on top of that, and board updates, everyone is different. I mean, some of them, there's hardly any questions. Others, there's lots of questions. We were on time until we got to this section.
I agree with you, and can I just say that I have sent my nominal voting matrix to Ms. McClung so that she has that information. She has it in front of her. That is, I feel like I have a deep understanding of each of these subjects, so please rely on her for what I have put down there as my rankings.
That's fine.
And I was going to ask before Ms. Patrica leaves if she had any comments on either of those two.
I just want to make sure that, because we have this gentleman standing right here in front of us, so does anyone have any questions for him?
Thank you.
Thank you. And you're fine with, you have no questions? Okay. No.
Nothing on the invocation process either?
No, nothing on the invocation process.
Because we already got that information. Thank you. Dr. Atkins, please.
Next, approval to pursue the sale of a 45-plus.
That was mine. You can actually, it has timeline. I think we've covered that. And then the last one was mine as well. And I'm willing to forego those at this point. I can check with the individuals later on for the sake of time. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so that takes us all the way to the end. Does anybody need a 5-minute break?
No, that's...
Everybody good? Okay. Then we will then proceed with the prioritized workshop. Okay, so Ms. McClung had given us the, everybody a copy. Did everybody fill that out and send that, give that back to her?
They didn't actually need to send it back to me because it may change based upon your
Please
consensus
talk.
decisions.
Yes. I'm sorry, I just lost my head there for a second. Okay. Trying to find this. I'm trying to find it. I apologize. Okay, well, everybody received the information pertaining to the parking lot list. So as it stood, there were 9 that were on there, 9 topics that we all received. And out of those 9 topics, there were 2 more that were added on, which is board communication plan and team building, and focus on board priorities. What we wanted to do is we're going to go through these, and one, actually, do we know what this means? So if we have, like the first one is disparity study update. I'm not sure where that came from, or if we even understand what the need is for that.
Can I please make a quick comment?
Yes.
One of the things that I would suggest on this is to have, I don't want to say a form, but a format that if a board member has a suggestion for a topic, that, we would have not only the topic, but the date and who suggested it.
Well,
that way you can come back and say, well, Ms. So-and-so or whatever, do you still feel that we need this before we get to this major discussion? Because maybe the person has decided, no, we've already covered it. But without that definitive information, we have no idea.
Right.
And I believe that's being done going forward. Ms. Schaefer is putting together a Google sheet where those items will be added with the date and who requested it, and whether there was a consensus around it.
Yeah, so we've already had that conversation because that makes perfect sense. That way we know when it was asked for, who asked for it, and then we can go forward and see how everybody else feels about it. So as we go right now with this, with the first one, the disparity study update, I am not sure who asked for this, and Ms. Giovanelli and Ms. Fisher, if either of you have comments on that, but.
Well, I can give you a little bit of background regarding disparity study update.
Thank you.
As you recall, one of the things that we have been trying to do is work with our procurement department and purchasing and providing more of an opportunity and outreach to our small vendors, minority-owned, those owned by females, those that are local. And that's one of the first steps that you're taking to try to, I think, reach more within your local community of small minority business owners. The next step in something like that would be a disparity study, if that was, that was something that that would be called for. There are, and Mr. Williams is, of course, an expert in this and has, I think, talked to this board previously. He actually did this over in Miami-Dade. So they conducted a disparity study, and then they're able to do more, I think, as it relates to how they award contracts than we are at this point. But we have taken a number of different measures, I think, with our vendor open houses and revising our process, and we can, of course, come to this board at a later time. We have some expertise in house to kind of talk about that further, but that's what that is.
Okay, because I think that the main thing is how did it wind up on the parking lot list? Ms. Morgan?
Well, I thought that we had already given Mr. Williams and the school district the go-ahead to start on this, and so therefore the disparity study update was simply a matter of having him come back, since they had talked about it being an 18-month approximately study, just having him come back and
we can do that.
And update us.
Okay.
And I would like to comment on that, especially due to the fact of Mr. Ross's departure from the district. I think that, I've heard from some community members a concern about the disparity. And so definitely if we did have an update, which we, requested, that would be.
Well, so the question, I guess, would be, and we certainly be happy to do that, workshop or briefing?
Briefing.
Okay, briefing is what? Okay, we will get a briefing scheduled. And just kind of for your information, our staff attorneys really have started to take, James has started to step up in that particular area. So I know that with Mr. Ross transitioning, there may be some concern, but James has started to take the lead. And again, he's taken, getting counsel from Mr. Williams, who's actually been there, done that.
So as far as that one is concerned, what is the ranking on that then to prioritize that?
A briefing is what we said.
Make it a brief.
Just a briefing whenever you can fit it in.
When we're ready to do the prioritization, after we've talked through all of them, I'll adjust this and I'll take that one off because it won't need to be prioritized since it'll be moved to a briefing.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then distant learning. Ms. Morgan?
I think that might be mine. I said repeatedly when we were going through the cutoff of public in-house brick and mortar in the spring and then going to the hybrid model, that we needed to learn about what the district had learned about distance learning. And, where we made gains and where we made losses and going forward from a professional development point of view and from just a whole K-12 management point of view, looking forward strategically, what had we learned? So that was, I believe that was mine, and that's what I was really looking for.
Okay. So then with the rankings, do you want us to tell you the numbers, or you want us to write this down and give it to you?
All I need you to do right now is come to consensus that you want this to go forward as a workshop, and we'll do the prioritization at the very end.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fisher and Ms. Giovanelli, your comments on how you would like to see this? Would you like to see this move forward?
I can speak up. Yes, I would agree. In fact, I recall Ms. Morgan's discussion on this and asking for the data. So I think it's important to know what we've learned, what we've learned from the distance learning and putting the data down and figuring it all out, our weaknesses and our strong points.
Sure, thank you. Ms. Fisher?
Yes, thank you. So I think it needs to go forward, but I don't know if it's going to be a briefing update from academic services or if we actually need a workshop with extended discussion on our part.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Ms. Gittens?
I have a suggestion. As I look at this list and I see equity and inclusion, in my mind, that encompasses distance learning and some of these other things, because as we see what's happening in education now, distance learning has affected in an inequitable way a certain demographic of student. So if we talk about equity and inclusion and we had a workshop on that and included how could we or what did we learn or what can we do regarding that distance learning and perhaps some other aspects of it as well, then it kind of makes it a workshop.
Ms. Morgan?
Yeah, I would agree that it should be a workshop because, in fact, what we have written into our strategic plan in Vision 2030 may very well have changed as a result of what we've learned. So I don't think it comes under equity and inclusion. I think it is a piece of all of our plans, and the reason we need to have a workshop is to see how it may impact what we choose to do going forward.
Okay. Ms. Vaughn?
I'm seeing a couple things. One of the things that, going on what Ms. Gittens just said, I would like to see a breakdown of by socioeconomic, by racial, by lots of, the different ways that we group students. I would like to see that. I would also like to have a general discussion on the policies that we as a district have incorporated into our particular brand of distance learning. And I think maybe there's some hard lessons learned by the number of students that started the year in Leave Virtual and then went to Home Connect. I mean, and I understand this is something brand new to everyone, but I'll be honest, there are a few things in terms of the policies, the academic policies that we've rolled out, and also the way we've treated teachers, the way teachers, because of our constant changing of who's in Leave Virtual, who's in Home Connect, who's face-to-face, I think that has had a major effect. So there's so many subtopics that can be done with distance learning, but I think another important one is the policies and the fact we've become so fluid in allowing kids back and forth, and is that a good thing, is that a bad thing, and just really have a deep discussion on our particular brands of distance learning and what we've learned And then I think even separate from that would be about the equity and which groups of our students have done the best.
So Dr. Atkins, could we put something together as far as a workshop that would encompass all of those? Because it is about, or is that just too many in regards to distant learning as a whole?
Yeah, I think we certainly can put together a workshop on distance learning and talk about really lessons learned. You know, I think changes that we'll make moving forward. There will certainly be some things that we can talk about where we've really been able to actually improve our instruction, both virtually through distance learning, but also face-to-face, I think, with some of the tools. So yes, we'd be happy to do that. I'll work with academic services to make that happen.
Thank you. Ms. Morgan, would that cover what you were speaking on as well?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So that would take care of those two, because we put those two together then.
So you want equity and diversity, I'm sorry,
Distant
equity,
learning,
inclusion?
And equity and inclusion.
Well, no, I brought that up. I don't know if anyone else agreed.
Well, that's why I just asked if that would work for, and then Ms. Vaughn said yes, but encompassing all of that.
Well, you know, I still go back to our strategic plan as being the hub anyway.
Well, that's
and
what Ms. Morgan
Ms.
said.
Morgan was mentioning.
Correct.
That we need to have that connecting these dots as well. And if it's a major part of our strategic plan or not a part of the strategic plan, one of the questions would be, should it be, or do we need to add it, or what? I mean, I don't know. The distance learning and the equity and inclusion can be a workshop of a substantial, time to discuss it. If everyone agrees on that, that's fine with me.
Yeah, and I think that everyone, Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, and I think you misunderstood just a little bit. I think equity and inclusion is, it's a huge, broad topic. And what I tried to say, obviously not real clearly, is that the equity is certainly an important part of the distance learning that we should include, as well as our own policies and what we've learned. But I think we need to come back to equity and inclusion and look at it in a totally away from, well, you always mesh the academics with it, but it could also include things like staff.
Okay, so
I think we need to develop something else, at least one other topic for the equity and inclusion.
Okay, so then taking that away, but still including that as part of the, like, who?
I think I do
You understand?
understand
Yeah.
in terms of what's being asked here. I mean,
Okay.
there is a huge part in terms of closing achievement gaps and providing educational equity as a result of distance learning. So that is, we can focus that relative to the distance learning topic.
Perfect, thank you.
Then, of course,
And then
the
a
larger
broad
equity and inclusion
yes.
issue.
Right.
So basically what I'm saying too, for time's sake, is that distance learning is a workshop, equity and inclusion is a workshop.
But that's what we need to, okay, increasing teachers' compensation?
Can we back up for just 1 second? I heard consensus very clearly around distance learning being a workshop. I'm unclear as to whether there's consensus around equity and inclusion being a workshop. Yes, great.
Ladies?
Ms. Fisher and
Ms.
Mrs.
Fisher? Ms. Fisher, Ms. Giovanelli?
Okay, yes. Considering that we have an equity and inclusion department, are they part of this workshop and will they be providing us information?
That's what they do, yes. We're going to count on that.
Yes. Yeah, it's a very big piece of our district strategic plan also.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Fisher. And Ms. Giovanelli. So you.
Yes, I want to say that I agree. Equity and diversity should be or inclusion, it should be separate but it is a piece of the distance learning. So yes, and I think Dr. Atkins has got it.
Good.
Thank you, Ms. Giovanelli. Okay, then moving on. So, Ms. Cindy, you good with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So now we're moving on to increasing teachers' compensation. I'm not sure who asked for that as put that on the parking list. Ms. Morgan?
I think that went in the parking lot before the governor and the budget were approved with the increase in funding, because we were talking about, should we go to, some people were interested in talking about going to referendum.
Oh, yes.
That was all before the new budget, so I don't know.
So that could be
how
removed
it would
then?
be addressed now.
Well, the thing is, what we're trying to do is, do we need to leave these on here, or do we just remove them? Because some of these have gone, we're not sure where, and I know I went back to all my notes for the last 2 years and tried to see who said what, because I take notes all the time, but I couldn't find anything on that. So we actually could probably then remove that from this list then, if that's okay with everybody here. Ms. Giovanelli? Ms. Fisher?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Giovanelli?
Okay.
Okay.
I know supported that. So teachers are compensated and not being undercompensated compared to the new teacher salary.
So we will remove it.
Well, I think on a somewhat of a basis, maybe a briefing with HR and the union to talk about where they're at with that, rather than to do a workshop, if you want to keep the topic going.
Okay, we'll look at that then. Okay, and
Because
then,
I'm just sorry, because we do need an update on knowing when, even what the governor has said is all going to take place and all. So my suggestion there would be to move that to a briefing and discussion.
Ms. Morgan?
So Dr. Pruitt has sent out the tentative agreement. I don't know that it's been ratified, so I think, again, I mean, there's nothing we can do with respect to it after the fact, and I think our next conversation with Dr. Pruitt would be an executive session to talk about compensation for the next.
Right, which will cover that.
Yeah, so I don't
Okay.
see it here.
So we can remove that based on the numbers that we had. And then policy on badging, waiving process for universal badge.
Universal badge.
I'm not sure where that came from. Ms. Fisher or Ms. Giovanelli?
I don't know where it came from, and I don't understand what.
Okay. I don't think anybody does. So is this something that we can then remove? Hands, thumbs up? Yes? Ms. Fisher, Ms. Giovanelli?
Yeah.
Okay, and then we will definitely keep better tracking system on what we put into this list for going forward with names of who actually submitted it. The 2021 academic, yes, please. Go ahead, Ms. Fisher.
As we put things in the parking lot, it was my understanding that we would get a consensus of the majority of the board that it was needed as a workshop before we put it on the list.
That is correct, but we also will follow up with that even further by who actually spoke about it.
Good question.
And yes, and the date. So that way, when someone says, well, we talked about this 5 years ago, we know it was last week. So we just need to make sure that we are, CYA and everything. So the next one. Thank you, Ms. Fisher. The 2021 academic plan update, high school schedule. Ms. Vaughn.
I'm just going to say, it's important to know what's going on, what staff has been discussing on that. But then can I just use the phrase can of worms? Do we, I mean, we need to be updated. We don't need to be surprised as we were When was that? I've lost track of, last year, I guess it was. But I'm just going to say, how do we want to approach that? I think we definitely need to know what's being discussed, if it's being discussed, but we've got a lot on our plate as a district, and that's a big can of worms to open at this point.
So I can address that at this time in terms of where we are relative to those discussions. You know, we really feel at this point, because this pandemic has drug on for much longer than what I think any of us anticipated, and all the things that have happened in terms of the reopening, and with our proximity-based student assignment system, that it would be best that if we decide to make that change, that we do it at the same time we make the proximity-based student assignment change, which is not next year, but it would be for the following year. So you'd have a large change, that only one large change versus one this year, one next. And I do think it's too late. That's also something we learned. We do not want to make a change prior to student assignment season. It is January, and so I think, you know, we're beyond that at this point.
But can I ask a question there, though? Isn't the proximity is going to roll out for elementary schools, and the time change was for high schools, and proximity is not going to catch up with the high schools for another couple of years after that?
It's still that by going to a proximity-based student assignment system, we really hope to be able to realize some savings and efficiency relative to transportation, which will also allow us to be a little bit more flexible in terms of our start times for our high schools, which also should be a part of that conversation. So yes, in terms of proximity of student assignment, but that should help us with transportation, which can help us with times for our high schools.
Okay.
Okay, so is everybody in agreement with that?
To not.
We'll certainly
We're gonna pull this
workshop
off.
all of that when we are at a point, because right now, again, we have been focused on distance learning and reopening and getting students back face-to-face, really has absorbed staff time. So we've talked about it, but it's just been kind of what I just shared with you.
Okay.
How about
Ms. Vaughn?
Scheduled, quote, when staff feels that it's time to start talking about it.
Right, yes.
But we don't want to put that on the list. We don't want to put it on the
Yeah,
system.
no, whatever.
We'll take it off the list, but we will keep it.
But we don't need it right now.
Put it down to the bottom.
We don't need it.
Keep it in mind.
Ms. Fisher and Ms. Giovanelli, are you okay with that?
Yes, I think we should take it off the list, and then we'll be updated by academic services when they are ready to move on.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so then the next is the interim evaluation of the board attorney and goals. And I think, I'm not sure, I can't remember who put this on, but I know that there were, it was regarding the interim evaluations. Do we do that on a one-on-one with the attorney? And I know there were a few changes in the evaluation that clearly did not coincide in what her job description is. So we need to correct, those have to be corrected. And we need to decide whether to do the interim as a one-on-one with our attorney, and I'm putting that out there. Ms. Morgan?
So the interim in terms of a public discussion is optional. It's not required by policy as the superintendent's is. So, you know, I made it clear in my interim evaluation, which I gave to Attorney Dupuy Bruno, that I didn't think the instrument reflected the work that was being done. It's also clear to me that the work she is doing is not necessarily consistent with the job description, the evaluation, or the contract.
Correct.
I think we need, and here's the big piece. We also need to go back. 18 months ago, we decided to do the new legal department. We have not evaluated that. And I think we need to step back and we need to look at the legal department. We need to look at the board attorney. And after we know what it is that we really do expect of our board attorney, then we need to have a job description that is consistent, because the job description of the board attorney is the former board attorney without all of the staff attorneys in-house. And so I just think that we need to workshop the whole bundle.
Right, and I think that's where the in-house and outsource, I think that was part of that whole thing that was Mr. Pre-Bruno, where they were talking about, no, it's not.
That is more as it relates to, things where we outsource certain things within the maintenance department.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was when we had that conversation about legal, how we outsource that and what we did. Okay, forget what I just said. So, Ms. Gittens.
I think one of the things we need to look at too when we are deciding workshop or no workshop is defining that we could have a workshop and there would be several topics at that workshop, except for some of the major ones, like equity and inclusion. But for the others, some of these we can combine, and it's not like, thinking workshop means all day we're going to talk about this. So my suggestion is to keep interim evaluations, board attorneys, and the whole kit and caboodle as a workshop.
Correct.
Item.
So, Ms. Giovanelli and Ms. Fisher. Ms. Giovanelli, workshop for the board attorney, the interim evaluation, the goals, and the
legal department. Can we add
interim everything combined, combination?
Ms. Jordan, could I ask for clarification before we get consensus around that? When this came out, I believe it was specific to a conversation around that interim evaluation. What I'm hearing here is more of a workshop around the job description, the expectations per se, the expectations of the board attorney, and an evaluation of the legal department, which is a little bit different than this. So if that is true, I'd like to reword it before we come to consensus on it.
Okay. I know that.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Ms. Fisher, because I know this was yours. Yes.
I'm sorry. I would reiterate what Mrs. Morgan said. I think we need to encompass the whole legal department and the job description in whatever workshop we have.
Rather than interim evaluation, titled it Expectations of Board Attorney and Legal Department. And then you could talk about job descriptions within that. You could talk about the evaluations within that.
Well, we don't get involved with the evaluations of the staff attorneys. So it's really,
the process.
Yeah, because I will tell you on the interim, because I had just pulled this just for some information, for clarification. When it came to stakeholders on like 2.01, it says that advises board and superintendent on impact of new legislation and court decisions. Well, the staff, the chief keeps them informed of that, the superintendent. That's his responsibility. And then coordinates with, it says coordinates with staff attorney. Okay, what does that really mean? So that's why we need to make sure that that our attorney, whoever that is, understands what that means. And then communicates legal, it's mainly number 2, the stakeholder performance, the standards. A lot of that stuff in there is the chief.
it's a job evaluation for the prior organization.
Right, that's why we definitely need to do this. Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, I think it behooves us to, when we have this, to have, maybe Ms. Dupree-Bruno do a day in the life, or, because there are a lot of things that are being done on the staff side where she is sitting in on those meetings. So I think there's a lot more that she does that takes up her time, and it should take up her time because, we as a board should, not every little fender bender and somebody wants $1,000 for a fender bender, but the big things that are on the staff side, we need to have our attorney not just aware, but educated on that, and what better way than what she does and sits in. So I think we really, I know I've had some questioning. I think it should go to the whole legal department just for us to have a better understanding, because I kind of understand why we have, in some of our really big cases, we have, outsourced different attorneys, but I think it behooves us as a board to take a look at all the fees that are involved on both sides for our financial governance, and just kind of, I need a better picture of how the whole group is working together.
So does this rewording capture that clarification of board attorney role, job description, and evaluation / review of legal department organization?
That works. Thank you. Ms. Fisher, does that work for you?
Thank you.
Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
Okay, so the in-house outsource, I'm not sure, again, who put that out there.
Again, as I understand that one, it particularly is related to, I think predominantly the maintenance department and the use of outside services to perform certain actions versus the cost of doing those services within using existing staff or using our employees to do that rather than someone else.
And I think, Ms. Vaughn?
Yeah, I have a question for Dr. Atkins. Is it my understanding that there will be some reorganization in maintenance as part of the discussion for reorganization in general and operations?
That it is possible, yes. I mean, what I'm doing with our team is we have some. It's not just, and we're looking across the organization, so it's not just operations, but we have some vacant positions right now, and before we move forward with filling those positions, I just think it would behoove us to take a breath, evaluate our, kind of our gaps and overlaps in terms of responsibilities, and then making the decision, should we reorganize somewhat before we go forward and fill those positions. So that's what we're doing. I've asked, our team to look at it and provide suggestions. They're doing that. We hope to actually, we understand this, we're not going to bring forward something where we're asking for positions. We hope to actually be able to save some dollars in this reorganization. I do know it's a pretty large task. But that's what we're in the process of doing right now.
Well, if we're looking across the board, this in-house outsource has ramifications in so many areas. For instance, tomorrow, printing. Why do we need to do that? Or website design and advertising. And I mean, there's a host of, even in the legal department, there are a host of things that, maybe we need a discussion on the various departments, and if we're reorganizing or, a lot of people are out of jobs and everything, it might be a good time to get some of the skilled, semi-skilled workers in maintenance and, kind of take a look at, are we really saving money by contracting out, or can we do this in-house? But, kind of rationale with so many of the things we do when we have very talented people here in the district, and the rationales on why this works, why it doesn't work.
So are you saying that you would like a workshop on that?
I would, because I think it needs to be as operations and other departments, you said other departments are going to be looked at. I would like to hear rationale, why, what is our printing, and I'm not questioning it for tomorrow,
Right,
but
no.
what is our printing capability here, our capacity, our capability? Do we really need somebody to design our website, or do we have, those kinds of things? Because I think it goes to our requirements as a board member to know that we're spending the money wisely.
Ms. Fisher, would you like a workshop on that?
Yes, on the potential reorganization, I think that would be important for us to be in tune with what the considerations are.
In-house and outsourcing. Would you like a workshop on that?
Well, yes, and I do think that Dr. Savage has brought us up to speed on that a couple of times. And I have provided some questions about some reports I've had from staff and community regarding some of our outsourced work not being done and being left in the hands of some of the maintenance people at the schools. And I'm wondering if that money is being wisely spent. So yes, I would like the workshop.
Yes, I would too like the workshop. I believe that we need to be transparent and for the community to understand our rationale of why we would outsource it versus doing it in-house. So I think that as a board member, I need to know that as well, and that would be conveyed out to the public. So I think a workshop would be awesome.
Gittens.
She's looking at me, and she knows it. It's on the tip of her tongue.
I know, I was looking at
Yes, I would like it, and I'd kind of like to see, Dr. Atkins was talking about, doing this 360-degree look at what we're doing and what we could do differently. So, for example, just a list of departments and what things in departments could be outsourced and what couldn't be. That would kind of narrow it down. Like in HR, for example, if we outsourced subs. I know, I'm not saying that because I know she's going to look up and go, no. But I thought you were sleeping, so I wanted to wake you up. No, but I mean, for example, and in each department, just kind of saying, this is a possibility, this is a possibility, and you tell us in the beginning, then we can discuss whether or not we think it's feasible or not, so.
Ms. Morgan?
So I'm conflicted because essentially we're talking, the superintendent's talking about doing a reorganization, and in that reorganization, staff is making assumptions about what's outsourced and what's in-house. So do we have a conversation about this before the organization? Do we have it after the organization? If we have it after the organization, does it change who you're looking for in the leadership role? So that's why I'm conflicted. I mean, if our direction is going to be that we want to outsource stuff or bring it in, then that affects who we put in maintenance and operations. So I'm just throwing it out.
What did Ms. Patrica say? Did she workshop that?
Yes, she ranked it as number 5. Okay. So yes, she wanted to workshop it.
So Dr. Atkins, what's your thought on that, please?
Well, I think that, I mean, I understand the nature of the conflict. I think it's difficult right now, just really starting to dive into the reorganization, how deep that will go. And Ken and I and the whole team really think that it's going to be a phased approach. There'll be maybe something we can do now, and then as we get into the budget season in the summertime, there'll be another phase to this. And I think aligned with that is going to be, we're continuing to reevaluate what we do as outsourced. I mean, as we do this first reiteration, that might mean that we need to do certain things, or we can pull certain things in-house. We'll make that recommendation. But then I think there's going to be another phase and potentially even another phase. Okay. There is a lot involved here, a lot.
Right, so based on just what everybody has said, that they would like to have a workshop. Now, they didn't say when, but, so we can keep that on there as a workshop and then figure out when that would take place.
Yeah, and I'll work with staff in terms of how we would recommend, at least, and in what order or at the same time, those two topics.
Right, that sounds good. Thank you. So then the next one is review and policy, section 1.
That needs to be a regular.
So I just want to make a comment here. I think there's a difference between new policy and reviewing policy. Reviewing policy, to me, is really a matter of briefing. It's staff's looking at the policy, they're looking at the law, they're updating the verbiage, the various labels that are on things. So I think that's just a briefing. When I talk about workshops, I mean new policy.
Right.
And I have a feeling that we're going to have new policy, and I want to commit time to that and not get bogged down on policy by policy by policy as part of the workshop. I'd rather see it as part of the briefing.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Ms. Giovanelli, I agree with you, Ms. Morgan. Ms. Giovanelli?
Yes.
Do you need a workshop on reviewing policies?
Yes, I think policies that need to be updated that are not in line with the law to do that, but I felt that needed to, and I talked to Mr. President about this, we need to have, and she said she was going to work on looking at things, policies that need to be changed and updated.
About new policies, this is reviewing.
I'm not talking about new policies. Policies that are not in line with the law. That's policies that are not.
Really hard to hear you. Mr. Pre-Bruno?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that this discussion came because board members had certain policies that were governing policies that they wanted to review and discuss. I don't think it was reviewing like an entire section. I think there was just a few sections that they wanted to review and see if they wanted to change or add to the language, if my recollection is correct.
Okay, Ms. Gittens?
Yes, I do recall that as well. There have been a couple of things, and I know I have said, well, we need to look at the policy and see if we need to change it. That's why going forward, having the name and the date of the person is going to be very helpful because, we don't know the specifics of that particular time unless everyone goes back. So I think that, like Ms. Morgan was saying, we don't need to sit there and go through policy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. However, if someone says, this policy has some issues for me, and I believe we need to discuss this as a team, then that's a specific policy. Otherwise, otherwise new policies is briefing. So I don't know how you would word this, reviewing policy issues.
Well, right now, we're just trying to work on the workshops, correct?
Yes.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. If it's stated as a workshop on policy issues, That's a different thing. We're not talking about updating policies.
Right.
Because there have been a couple of times I have said, well, if this is the policy, I think we need to look at.
Ms. Giovanelli, I'm sorry, I didn't even think, I apologize for cutting you off. We're having a really difficult time hearing you, and so I do apologize for that. Ms. Morgan?
Ms. Gittens is correct. It's not every policy. It's policies that we as individuals maybe see the weakness, or that we feel that it's not in line in law. And I can give an example. One is the situation when my husband was there in full uniform with his police as a police officer, and it was questioned by a couple board members that he was not to be there with his gun. And then that became a whole process with a attorney general opinion that was already done many years ago, and therefore our policy is not in line with the law, and that's a perfect example of one that needs to be corrected and updated.
What I hear you saying is that there are certain ones that you have that there may have some issues with, and those are the ones that I think we should then bring back to the board when we have those policy numbers, and at that time, make a decision to put them on this list. So going forward, that's what I am suggesting. Yes, and if she has something, she would definitely bring it to our attention, correct?
Right, thank you.
Yes.
Are we saying that if it's on this list, that the board has already said consensus, yes, we should workshop it? That's what I'm understanding.
Okay, today with this parking lot list, this is the parking lot list that has been sitting there.
Right,
from I don't know when.
In order to get on this list, there had to be a consensus.
Right.
No, that was not happening, but this is how it's going to be going forward. How this list was coming, that somebody would say, I would say, hey, I want to know about popsicles. So that would go on the list. That's how this was going. There was not consensus on everything that was on this list. But going forward, before we put anything on this list, to have this conversation, we will then have consensus, so that way we know that the majority of us really want to have the knowledge and the information.
And I think that was what was happening before, because there have been suggestions of things and said only if there's consensus from the board.
Right.
And that's how they got on this list. But anyway.
So with this particular item, unless someone has a specific policy that they want to workshop to put on this list, my suggestion would be that if something comes up in the future, in that document, the process document that was sent out, there would be a time once a month for everyone to bring forward. Correct. And then you could bring it forward at that time. But right now, it doesn't sound like there's any specific policy that anyone wants to focus on. And if that's wrong, if you have a specific policy, we can add it, but right now I'm not hearing one.
Correct.
So we can schedule that we will have a regular time to do policy.
Madam Chair?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, there was, the board, individual board members did send me policies that they wanted to review under that governance section, Chapter 1, 103, 104, 105, 1.15, 1.18.
Okay, so seeing that we have some policies that people want to have workshop, thank you, Ms. Dupree-Bruno. Do we want to go, Ms. Morgan?
I was just going to suggest she forward them to us, so that our next opportunity, we will decide by consensus whether or not the policies are going to workshop. So that way we know ahead of time, we can look at the policies.
Right, because that's a great idea. Because what we are going to be doing, we will be having a meeting just for us to decide what we need to work on. So that's going to be once a month. So that we could certainly do that. So, Ms. Gittens.
and this may be Ms. Dupree Bruno's answer, but I just have a concern that if an individual board member has a concern about a policy, that it will not go forward unless the whole board has a consensus.
No, what they have said is if it is not in consensus of the board, then the individual person, Ms. Stillwell or whomever will put you with that individual to get the information needed.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I believe what my understanding was, and I just want to make sure I have clear instruction from the board, is to forward the policy to the board members and for the board members to take a look at that and then at the next workshop to decide whether or not you even want to discuss that policy.
Correct.
That was my understanding.
Right. And then if there is no consensus, then the individual board member they would then set up a time where they could get further information regarding that. So that everybody's going to have the information.
I will take this off for now until the board has had a chance to review those specific policies, and it'll come forward at the next opportunity.
Thank you. And then also the two that were just added today, I don't think anybody has seen those, the board communication plan.
The board communication plan was actually scheduled before Christmas, and we took it off and postponed it after some discussion. And that, my understanding of that was around board member communication to stakeholders, and specifically relates to what was discussed earlier today about having a common presentation that board members could use when you were presenting to stakeholders with very specific slides, with some slides that would be specific to the area of the strategic plan that each board member is championing. So for example, Mrs. Morgan's would have the same general information as everyone else's, and then would have some specific slides that were around early childhood or kindergarten readiness. So that was that discussion. I don't know if it needs to be workshopped, if it's just something that if there's a consensus that you want us to go forward with that, then we can work with communications department to do that, and it can be a briefing, however you'd like to do that.
I personally don't believe that it needs to be workshopped. I think that we can have a conversation about that and be done with it.
Briefing.
Ms. Gittens, Ms. Vaughn, what are you?
I'm okay.
Okay, Ms. Giovanelli, you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Fisher?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so the last one on this list then is team building of focus on board priorities and the district strategic plan. Not sure where that came from. That's a new one for today.
Well, if I may, don't we?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
In November, we made a commitment about working together, and I thought that would warrant a workshop and could include some of the governance policies that we might need to review.
See this as a workshop, Ms. Gittens?
No.
Ms. Vaughn?
No.
Okay. Ms. Fisher, we have to bring it back another day.
You didn't ask.
Thank you. Yes, I did. She said no.
Suggested as part of the board communication. The board communication plan and the district strategic plan moving forward. Before we hit the road, I think we need to know what our.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Ms. Vaughn?
If we're done with that, I want to know.
But we're not. We're not done with this yet.
Oh, we're not, we're still doing that.
No, because now what we have to do is, we need to, and I know we are like very much over, so.
Because I have a meeting at 6.
Should go very quickly, actually. You've narrowed it down to 4 topics that you have said you would like to workshop: distance learning, equity and inclusion, clarification of board attorney role, job description and evaluation in conjunction with a review of the legal department organization, and then in-house versus outsourced work across the organization. So if you will take just a moment to rank those 4 privately, and then I'll be asking you for your ranking in just a minute. I'm going to adjust this matrix based on the number that we have left.
you sending it to us, or what are we doing here?
You don't,
You have the ability to put it up? Oh, is it up there?
it's up.
I can't see it up there.
Let me see if I can make it big enough for you to see it.
We can't add it, she has to add it. And then we have one more thing.
Okay, no, she's got it up there.
Okay, it's, yes, it would be distant learning, equity and inclusion, interim evaluation, well, we rephrase that, but the board attorney and goals, and the in-house versus outsourced. They are the four.
Madam Chair, do we also need to look at, because distance learning, some of these are going to mean that staff's going to have more or less time, depending on the topic, to pull together
correct
the information they need to give to us.
This is just prioritizing what we believe is the most important thing, and then they
will tell us when.
Yeah, they will tell us when they can put this through.
Oh, okay, okay.
And then, Ms. McClung, how do you want us to?
Okay, just give me 1 sec.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, I just wanted to get Ms. Patrica's numbers up here as well, so I can figure out which ones she had ranked highest. So I'm just going to ask for you to, I'm going to go to each topic and ask you how many people ranked it as number 1, then how many number 2, how many number 3. So with distance learning, how many of you ranked distance learning as your top priority? Okay, and let me check this. Okay. How many ranked distance learning as your second priority? Third priority?
Me.
Okay, thank you. Fourth?
Ms. Giovanelli, what do you score it as?
I have distant learning as number 4 for me.
Thank you.
Number 4, okay. And I will put yours in, then I will go back and add Ms. Patrica's in just a moment,
Thank
okay?
you.
So for equity and inclusion, how many people voted that as their number 1 priority? Thank you.
I voted that as number 1 for me.
Okay, thank you. How many put it as their second highest priority?
2.
Oops, 3.
Mary Fisher.
3, 4.
4, okay, that's everybody that's here. Okay, so we'll go on to the the clarification of the board attorney role. How many chose that as their highest priority?
I did.
3, okay, thank you. How many chose it as their second highest?
I want that one too.
Okay, Ms. Giovanelli, where did you rank it?
As number 3.
Number 3, perfect, thank you. And then in-house versus outsourced work, anyone rank that as their highest priority? Okay, second highest?
It's number 2 from Melissa.
Thank you. Third? And fourth?
Oh, I might as well go with 4th.
Mary Fisher.
Okay, 4, 5, okay. Okay, let me add Ms. Patrica's in very quickly.
And then you'll send that to us?
I'll show it to you here, it'll take 1 second.
And then we just have,
While she's doing that,
we have one more thing to do.
no, it's just a one-word answer. What's our training on the 22nd?
Yeah, I wondered that too.
That's the inclusion
LGBTQ.
and,
It's basically diversity. There will be one part that is LGBTQ, another part that is from the foundation. The Southwest Florida Community Foundation has a training.
Oh, Okay, so it's, what, EDAC?
Like sensitive,
Okay, I
yes.
was
That's the training.
thinking that must be what it is, but there was no information, it just said training. Okay.
Okay, so these have been totaled, and then I'm just going to sort them so that the highest comes to the top. So that the priority order is the equity and inclusion will be scheduled first. Clarification of the board attorney role, job description, evaluation, review of the legal department would be second. The third is distance learning, and then the last one would be the in-house versus outsourced work across the organization. So Ms. Schaefer will work with the superintendent and staff to figure out the timing. We'll do our very best to keep them in this order. You know, it may change slightly based upon when information becomes available, but this will be considered the board's priorities.
Sure. Thank you very much.
And can we, I mean, looking at with equity and the inclusion piece is probably going to take more time to configure and get everything together as opposed to the discussion on the legal, which is the second one. So there is a possibility that that could move up to the first, because we have everything. It's just a matter of discussing how it all fits together.
Yes, that's a possibility based upon staff input onto how long they would need to get things together. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have one last item.
Okay, and I have a meeting to get to. I need to leave.
Yeah.
Well, this last item is about evocation, and we're done.
Yes, but I need to leave because I have a meeting at 6 at
Is there
Dunbar.
anything that we have to decide on this, on the process, or everyone can just look at it?
Mr. Bruno?
The process document, you should have that, board members, if there are any questions about it, but I believe this is the best part, excuse me, the best way to be in compliance with our legal requirements, so.
Right. I mean, but do we need to vote on that or consensus today, or it's not a policy, so can't we just say yes or no?
If you want to give me consensus that you approve of this process for the invocation, I would appreciate it.
Ms. Giovanelli, do you approve the process? We're taking consensus?
Yeah, I'm good with it. I've got another meeting as well.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher?
Yes, ma'am, I approve.
Thank you. So consensus, 5-2. And I think what I have to say this, I know that it's late now, but we need to make sure that, and try to stay on schedule when we have these, because we do have a time frame that we're given per item that we're speaking about. And just, you know, to be respectful to everybody else, because as you can see, now there's, people have had to leave, and I just think that's terrible that people cannot stay because we've had extended those times. So just in the future, maybe we can.
Can I just
more
add a
thoughtful.
comment to that, though?
Please.
I think when we had workshops like in the morning and the afternoon, if there was something that needed to be carried over, we were able to do that. I still go back to pushing the afternoon one. You're up against a hard thing. When we had morning, if we finish, go to lunch, come back, we'll finish this, and it gave us more of a leeway. Because I think all the conversation that we have is important to someone to know.
It is.
Too. So to say we can't discuss something.
No, I'm not saying that we can't discuss it at all. What I'm saying is that if I know that we had this time we had I think 3.5 pages of questions for the agenda review that some of them just received today. So if we could get some of that stuff and get the answers prior to our meeting, that would eliminate some of the conversation.
Well, I disagree with that, because whether you had the answers earlier or not, the questions and the conversation were still necessary. So I'm not gonna,
Well, I appreciate what you say. And seeing no other things coming before us, I call this meeting, we're adjourned. Thank you all.